All right, Whiteface market lambs, class 2. I need you guys in the check-in area. Whiteface market lambs, class 2. Need you in the check-in area. This is our second call, Whiteface market lambs, class 2. Second call, Whiteface market lambs, class 2. Madison Mancha, I need you to make your way up to the holding area. Madison Mancha, we need your Whiteface market lamb to the holding area.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a privilege to be out here in Cheyenne, Wyoming, in the really nice weather that we're having, in a great facility to work through the Market Lamb Show today. I was really excited whenever Dylan called and asked if I could fit this in. Tried to get out here for the last couple years, and so was really excited that we could make it work this year, and I'm looking forward to an awesome day. Sounds like we're going to have a great show with a lot of numbers, and so we get kick-started with a really good class here in our Whiteface division, one that maybe has just a little challenge, in my opinion, to put together because there are a lot of differences amongst this group. I guess to me, our top pair, they're a little different speeds and ways, and you kind of got to weigh back and forth what you're willing to accept. I want to set a theme for the day, that sheep that have the right kind of body cavity, that have the right kind of skeletal quality is what I want to find, and I think our class winner, really this pair, that's why they surface, and then amongst the two of them, I got to make the call of where the bigger difference is to me, when you get off to the rear three-quarter and you study the better pair of sheep from the side, the way that our class winner is built in terms of his rib cage, the way he progresses back to his pin set, where he sits in the world compositionally, suits me so much better. That thing is wild in the turn of his body. You can see his back shape from the outside. I think his ability to get bigger back to his pin bones, drop more natural turn to the base of his leg there is awfully impressive. And then when you get him stopped, that's still a sheep that I think reads shorter about his blade, reads better in where to his sternum, sits up into his body. If I'm going to get critical of him, or what gives me fits on that guy, is we turn him loose and he gets just a little tighter in the center of his spine. He's not as soft back into his rear abdomen as what our second place sheep is, but I think that's a darn good one to get us started. You can't paint a silhouette any better than the one here from the side that the young lady's got. That dude's ability to run uphill, his neck set, his underline quality is so good, and that's what makes this a really tricky pair for me. I think you peel that flank wheel out and we start to study body shape, length of of shoulder and where his lower forerib sits into his skeleton. That sheep's just a little deeper from his chine to his chest. And then I get to this viewpoint here, and he's just at too big of a deficit in terms of horsepower. That's a sheep that's a little blander in the touch behind his blade. He's narrower back to his pin set. I need more right there through the seat of his britches to go ahead and make that switch. But I thought that pair needed to surface, even though they're just a little bit different. Young lady sheep that comes in third probably more closely mirrors our class winner in terms of shape, especially when you get right on top of him. This one feeds an awesome groove right behind his shoulder blade. I like that about him. That's a wether that, to me, whether he's parked or in motion, just doesn't balance up quite good enough. He loses his underline, he gets a little funky in his spine, and he doesn't have enough right there across the plane of his stifle to truly help him in his body weight distribution here from the side. But I thought that was a stout-featured, good handling sheep from a composition standpoint that still has a lot of good to him. Really muscular one that comes here in 4. He's probably a little bigger when you get in behind him, even than the sheep right in front of him. I like his pin bones. I like just the foundational width that guy has. A little staler and drier in terms of his hide, a little plainer in the way that he's built in his shoulder and his sternum, and then for all the mass he has in his mid-body and his upper skeleton, probably doesn't match it with enough true density of feature when you get down low. We round out the class with one that corrects him in that regard. That thing is big-footed and stout-structured, toes square ahead, and I think handles his lower structure very well. Probably just flirting with that line of maturity, in my opinion, from both a composition and a look standpoint, and that's what gets him beat here in this lineup. But an awesome class to get us started. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all those kids.
Pam Freeman, if you could bring the breed division banners up to the announcers table. Pam Freeman, if you could bring the breed division banners up to the announcers table. All right, I need our Class 3 speckled market lambs. You guys need to be making your way up to the holding area. Class 3 speckled market lambs. I need you guys to be in the holding area. Again, class 3 speckled market lambs. You guys need to be making your way up to the holding area.
Really good set of heavier weight sheep here, and I think a top pair that are exceptionally good. And to me, there's a ton of good differences amongst this pair of sheep. Both of these young ladies have them presented to a T, and at this stage of their life and maturity, I think composition and freshness is very, very impressive on both of them. It's splitting hairs between the two. I think there's balance differences. I think there's skeletal differences. The one that goes ahead and wins the class, not only does he have an advantage just in terms of sheer power, tone, and freshness when you get right on top of him. That thing is monstrous when you get in behind him. And I think in motion, he has some advantages in terms of just comfort and flexibility. I'm not going to tell you he's as exotic in a place or two, but I think that sheep is looser about his spine. I think he's got more bend to his knee and uses his hind leg with more flex and comfort and security, in particular as this pair leaves me, than what the sheep in second does. And I think when she gets that guy parked, even though I'd change him just right there out of his dock ever so slightly, and he probably isn't just as wildly shallow there at the floor of his chest, I think that's still a good balanced sheep that I think maintains his balance in motion just a little bit better than the one that's going to come in second. I love some things about this sheep in second. To me, he is off the charts good in terms of shallowness from his chine to the base of his sternum. I love where his forerib sits into his body. He's a little longer and leveler in how he's built right out of his tailhead than our class winner is. To me, that's a sheep that if we pull that extra flank out of him, I don't know if he's just as mature and as full back into his rear flank as our class winner. He isn't as good when you get right on top of him in terms of just roll to his upper forerib and body cavity. He's not as square and expansive right there behind his blade. More importantly, when we get that guy out and try to get him going, I want to just see him go freer and carry his head higher out of his blade. I need to settle him down in terms of his spine and then stouten and square up his hind leg. She gets that one parked, though, and there's things in that sheep that I think are very, very good. A little closer decision between third and fourth in this class. I think compositionally, the young man's weather's just a little bit better. I like his length, his pattern, his extension, and the direction he runs relative to our ring surface just a nickel better. He gets beat by a pair that just outmass him today. We got to make that one wider. We got to make him bigger when we get in behind him and stouten him up at the ground. Not the case for the one that rounds out the class. He is just a little bigger and dirty and sturdier, if you will, right there at his foundation. That's a sheep, though, that runs downhill a little bit too much for me. Gets plainer over his body wall and in terms of his shape compared to the one right ahead of you. Good class there. Really nice top pair. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
All right, now entering the ring, we have our selection of our champion and reserve champion Whiteface Market Lamb. This is the final and last call for Speckled Market Lambs Class 3.
All right, we need Class 3, first class of Speckled Face Market Lambs to check in. I think we're just missing Ellie Carvis.
Well, as our judge is evaluating these, I'll take a second to introduce him. Peyton Dahmer is originally from Nevada, Missouri, where he grew up deeply involved in the livestock industry. He attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, competing on highly successful livestock judging teams at both institutions. Peyton earned his master's and PhD in animal science from K-State before joining the faculty in fall of 2023. In addition to teaching courses in nutrition and management, Peyton coaches the K-State Livestock Judging Team, which has earned both national champion and reserve national champion honors during his tenure. He also serves as a coordinator for the K-State Sheep and Goat Center, where he oversees research, extension programming, and the production of club lambs and seed stock. When he's not on the road judging with the judging team, Peyton enjoys judging livestock shows across the country. Let's take a second to give Peyton a warm welcome today.
We've had a really impressive Whiteface division to kickstart our morning, and 4 sheep that I like a great deal. I thought both classes had a lot of quality in them, and our first class was maybe a little more difficult to put together, but I think the combination sheep won that class, and he pushed the envelope the furthest, in my opinion. We talked about that one. I think he is very, very good, just in terms of being youthful and juvenile looking at this stage of the game. I love the turn to his body. I love the way that he's built out of his tail head and right there through the seat of his britches and plants a really nice hind leg. Like we talked in class, there's some balance things that I could pick apart in that guy. Whether he's parked or in motion, he's just not the most symmetrical, and the way he transitions from his forerib back to his rear flank, he gets a little rougher in terms of his top line. Part of that is because he's got a big old rack muscle that sits up in him, but I think the build of his spine and the seamlessness of his upper line balance needs to be better when we get him in motion. But I love that guy in terms of the length of his blade. I love the way that his body is constructed, and I think the rear third of his skeleton is off the charts good. That second place is still one that I love a great deal in terms of his look from the side. I think you get him out here amongst his contemporaries, and he starts to disappear on us when we get in behind him, but that's a very well-presented, well-shown sheep that was second in that class. I like a lot of things about this top pair. We just talked about our class winner. That sheep just handles his lower skeleton in particular and his spine so much better when we turn him loose. I think that's a wether that at this stage of his life is still maintained some freshness, some youthfulness. I think he progresses the way they're supposed to from his forerib back into his rear flank. He is loaded with muscle. That thing is built incredibly wide at his foundation, and then when you get in behind him and you study him from there up, that is a big pin set, that is a big caboose, and he's got a big old fresh back laid into him. That's a sheep that I think handles himself good in motion. I wish we could just keep him a little leveler from his hooks bones out to his pin bones as we turn him loose. She's working hard to keep that sheep together. I think he gets just a little easy in his spine here from the side, but I think that's a sign of one that's flexible and comfortable when you get him out. There's some very exotic pieces in the young lady sheep that's second. There is not one amongst this grouping that is as shallow in their forerib and is unique in that regard. We talked in class as we get him out here and we study him in motion. I wish that sheep came together just a little bit better for us in his spine and both ends of his skeleton, really. But I think that's another heavyweight sheep that has maintained some freshness, and she's doing a great job getting him presented. So I think a good grouping of them. There's just a pair of them that I'm not going to tell you they're identical. They're just my 2 favorites out here, and I think both of them are sheep that I can get behind for different reasons. They've both got places that, in my opinion, you could pick on one where the other corrects them, and so I think fit together very nicely. We're going to bring a pair of them back here out of our Whiteface division, but put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors if you would.
Class 4 speckled market lambs. Class 4 speckled market lambs. We need you guys to the holding area. All right, results from our Whiteface Market Lamb division. Our champion was exhibited by Reese Howell, and our reserve champion was exhibited by Jones Barton. Again, I need Class 4 speckled market lambs. Class 4 speckled market lambs. You guys should be in the holding area. Final call, Class 4 speckled market lambs. Final call, Class 4 speckled market lambs. Well, as we start working through our divisions here, I would encourage all of our exhibitors to go visit Heidi over at the backdrop. She's with Legacy Livestock Imaging. She's got a crew here that has been taking pictures in the ring, around the barn, and obviously those backdrop pictures. So make sure to go visit Heidi at Legacy Livestock Imaging. You can visit them online to purchase those images. So we appreciate them being here with us throughout the show. Chanley Crow, we need you in the check-in area. Chanley Crow, we need your speckled market lamb in the check-in area.
We got a good class that we start off our Speckled Face division with, and I really like this top pair. There's some differences, again, between this pair of them. To me, the one that's going to go ahead and win the class, when we get them out and we set them in motion, does the things I'm looking for just a little bit better. I think that's a proud, high-headed kind of a sheep that carries his neck out of his blade, maintains his spine and lower body balance so much better than the one that comes here in second. We get him parked from the side, and even though he's not just perfectly seamless in the way his loin ties into the front side of his hip, I think that one's neck set, his underlying quality and the symmetry he has from this viewpoint is very, very good. Interestingly, even though that sheep's not as dense looking at the base of his skeleton, you get up on top of this pair, and this one is better in the way that he's built right out of his blade. I think he's shaped square and fresher. I think he's bigger out to his pin set and has more honest, true shape in him. Not as good in his skin, not as stout in terms of his bone work as the one that comes in two. I like his skeleton the best, and that's why he wins. The young lady can get this one parked, and I think paints a really nice image. She does an incredible job getting him shown, and I think that that's a sheep that when you take him to the ground and you study just stoutness of structure, I like him better than our class winner in that regard. I like the texture and the freshness of his skin just a little better than our class winner. To me, as we turn that sheep out and get him on the lap, he ties his neck in lower to a blade that just doesn't want to get out and go as well. He'll tighten in his spine, lose his lower body balance, and then when you get up on top of that pair and you study the way they're built out of their forerib, you study progression of width. I need more shape and squareness right here. I need a bigger pin set in that one to go ahead and make the switch, but I thought he had a ton of quality and still needed to be up here in the top pair. Nice one to work through here as we get to first and second. Sheep in third has a lot of things that I'm a big fan of, and young lady, he's probably just not quite there today, but I would tell you that if I was judging this set here in another few weeks, I think that's a sheep that could be towards the top of the class. He emulates things that my class winner did in terms of the direction he runs relative to our ring surface. I love where his neck and his blade and his chest floor sit into him, and I think the way that he's built right out of his shoulder when you get your hands on him is impeccably good. I think he's bigger right here than what the sheep that precedes you is. You get off to this viewpoint, and he's just a little more immature right into his rear flank and how his loin ties into his hip, and so that in combination with the fact that he gets just a nickel more upright in his hock, a little weaker on that rear pastern, throws him off from a balance standpoint. He's not as smooth and just not as ready today as the pair right ahead of you, but that's a very high quality sheep that I thought just emulated some of the things I like a little better than the one that comes in four. That probably is smoother. Definitely down his top line, loin to hip transition. I like the strength and integrity of his rear foot better than the one right in front of him. You get to this viewpoint here, and I think under some extra condition, he's flatter in terms of his forerib. He tapers back to his pin set. I get off right here, and I read that one to be deeper and more generic in the way his forerib lays into his body, but I admire that one from a presentation standpoint. I thought a close decision between the fifth and sixth place sheep in this class, even though this one right here needs more when I get right in behind him. His maturity pattern and his skeleton suits me better. That's a sheep for him to play any higher, young lady. We got to make him a little more aggressive up high. We got to give him a bigger pin set and more right there through the seat of his britches, but I like his neck set. I like his lower skeleton better than the really powerful sheep that we've got coming next. Good class to start this division. Put your hands together for me if you guys would. Nice job, Bryce.
All right, now entering the ring, we have class 4 of our speckled market lambs. I need class 5 Southdown market lambs. You guys need to start thinking about making your way up to the holding area. This is your first call. Southdown market lambs, class 5. It looks like Pine Bluffs Distilling is open for the day over there. So if you want to head on over and grab something to quench your thirst, I know they've got some pretty tasty Bloody Marys. So Pine Bluffs Distilling has been a sponsor here at the show since the very beginning. We appreciate everything they do for us. So make sure to head on over there if you are interested in a good beverage. This is the second call, Southdown Market Lambs Class 5. Second call, Class 5, Southdown Market Lambs. Doe exhibitors, we are about 20 minutes out from starting that show, about 20 minutes out from starting the doe show.
A good class that we've got here, and the young man Sheep at the front of the lineup wins and does so pretty quickly for me. He blends some of the things I like in Sheep on down the like, particularly in 2 and 3 into a package that's just kind of bulletproof amongst his contemporaries, in my opinion. That one handles a skeleton good. His feet and legs are correct. He balances right, and then you get up on top of him. He comes with the right kind of horsepower and shape that we need. I think a really nice one to go ahead and start us off, because I debated in my head longer about second and third, and I think this is a pair that I could see passion from both sides of the argument. To me, ultimately, there's just a bigger difference in terms of true substance and power in the young lady Sheep that comes here in second. I think when we get the pair part, he balances good enough for me. We get him loose, and that's where I get a little questioning. To me, that one's so much more durable looking in terms of just density of skeleton, body shape, power when you get on top of him. He's got a bolder turn to his rib cage. He's got more spread behind his blade. He's bigger out of his tail heading right there through the seat of his britches. We turn him loose, and I wish he was higher headed. I wish he was better in his underlying quality. That's why he can't win the class, and that's what keeps it close. But I think you draw back here, and even though he isn't as up and out in the front part of his body, that's still a proportionally designed sheep that, again, just has such a big advantage in terms of just substance than the one that comes in third. I like him to look like this from the side, young lady. That sheep is tall fronted. I think that sheep is awesome in terms of his underlying quality. I like his silhouette a great deal. The challenge that I have with this one, he's just a little too string beanie for me. I like the pretty look he's got from the side. You get underneath that one, and I think he's built significantly frailer and narrower. He's flatter in his rib cage and just doesn't have enough horsepower when you get right on top of him. To me, that's a sheep that looks like he's at a different stage of his growth curve, and we turn him loose, and even though I do think he carries his head a little higher, I don't know if he's that much better in terms of his flank line progression or how he manages his spine when we set him in motion. I made the tough call that he just needs more and put him there in third, but that's a nice sheep nonetheless. Powerful one that comes here in 4. That thing's wide and burly in his rib cage and got as much power up high as any of them. The problem he has in this lineup, he's just a little too quick in his maturity pattern. He's the softest over his body wall and just the thickest about his neck. I need to stretch him out. I need to pick him up in the front part of his body and freshen him up over his rib cage, and then we can talk about him moving up the line. But I think power, muscle, all things that I appreciate in that one. Young lady is a white weather that comes next, probably a little leaner and fresher in terms of his condition and his shape. I like that about him. I like his length and pattern a great deal as well. He gets a little funky in how he handles his spine and his rear too when we set him in motion. I need that sheep to balance truly and naturally better in his underlying quality, square him up in his hock a little bit as well, but a good one to round out our top 5. Nice pair we got left over here. Let's put our hands together for all those exhibitors.
All right, now entering the ring on the Market Lamb side, we'll have our division drive for our champion and reserve champion Speckled. Next up, we have our Southdown division.
We had a couple of really nice classes in the Speckled Face division as well, much like that Whiteface division we started off with. I think our lightweight pair are good sheep. The one that wins the class, just the mold he has here from the side was a little more my speed. We get him out here amongst the heavyweights, and admittedly he doesn't maybe look just as dialed in 12 o'clock. That looks like a sheep that I really appreciate his youthfulness and just freshness at this stage of the game. At the same token, he maybe doesn't look just quite as smooth in his transitions, maybe not quite as mature and bulky as some out here today at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo, but that sheep's got quality. He's got continuation, and I still think when we put him up and stack him up pound for pound from a muscle standpoint, he's more than adequate in that regard. Young lady sheep that was second, presented to the 9s, shown to the 9s. We talked about him needing to be better in motion. I need to make him square in terms of his back shape, but I like that sheep a great deal as well. One that wins our heavyweight class, I think, is just really, really good at his foundation. That thing, he toes square ahead on a stout set of feet and legs. That's a sheep that even though he'll get just a little loose in his spine, again, I told you, I think that's a product of him being correct in his skeleton, in his build. You get on top of him, that thing handles very, very fresh, and he's true and honest in terms of his body shape, in terms of his back, and he gets bigger when you step in behind him. Like we alluded to, in a perfect world, we would just make him a little more seamless right there in how he transitions his loin into his spine. That's a stout one that was second over there. To me, amongst this group, there's a pair of them that just kind of hit me in the things I'm looking for a little bit harder. One of them's a little more locked and ready to go here today. Young man out of Class 2 is going to have our champion. Young man out of Class 1 will be reserved. Let's congratulate both of them.
All right, our champion speckled face is exhibited by Jones Barton, and our reserve champion speckled face was exhibited by Dom Maldonado. Now entering the ring, we have our Southdown Market Lambs. This is a one class, and our champion and reserve champion will be selected out of this class. All right, again, this is our single class. These sheep range in weight from 98 to 155 pounds. So again, we will select our champion and reserve champion, Southdown Market Lamb, out of this class. I need Class 6 natural market lambs. Class 6 natural market lambs, you guys should be in the holding area. Class 6 is a smaller class, so I also need Class 7. This is your first call, Class 7 natural market lambs, to start making your way up to the check-in area. It's the final call for Class 6 natural market lambs. Final call, Class 6 natural market lambs. Second call, Class 7 natural market lambs. We need you guys to be making your way up to the check-in area. Class 6, Carly Parcell, Blake Parcell, Blakeland Hovday. I need you guys to be making your way up to the holding area. If you're looking to pair something with your Bloody Mary from Pine Bluffs Distilling, Fred's is open there by the show office. I know they've got some breakfast items, some mini donuts, some burritos. So if you're hungry and thirsty, head over to Pine Bluffs Distilling and Fred's Catering.
Well, just our one class of Southdowns and the variation that we've got out here just in terms of size and maturity does make this lineup just a little bit tough, and so I apologize for taking a little bit longer. To me, you got to go through and just kind of study each one of them by themselves to really get to the final answer, and I thought this trio of sheep kind of surfaced, ultimately boil it down to this pair of them, and I think are both very, very good and do some unique things. I think there's some little differences in this pair from a muscle, a shape standpoint. To me, there's some little differences from a balance and a skeletal quality perspective. I just like the young man's weather that wins the class when we get off of him and we study him here at this viewpoint. And much like the couple others he's brought to us, that sheep is so comfortable and loose that he has to work pretty hard to keep him driving hard enough to where he doesn't get just a little easy in his spine. But I think that's a product of something good. And in my opinion, when we start comparing him to the sheep that ends up in second, he's more seamless and bulletproof here from the side. I like the shape that guy has right there on the front side of his scapula and where his sternum sits up into his body when I step in front of those sheep. I think he's naturally built just a little more exotic at the base of his forerib. And then as we study that one and where he transitions his loin into his hip and the build of his rear skeleton probably suits me just a little bit better. I wish he ran uphill just a little bit more. He's not as aggressive and as square in terms of his shape as what the one in second is. And that's where this thing I think is very, very good. The young lady gets more drive and brace out of it, and that helps draw attention to the fact that he is naturally taller at the top of his shoulder than what our class winner is. You get up on top of him, and that thing is a lean, mean fighting machine in terms of his back, in terms of his pin set. I love the way he drops that muscle there to the base of his leg. We get off to this viewpoint. I ask him to get off of him. That's a sheep that, to me, is more open about a bigger shoulder, and because of that, sits more forward in his breastplate. I need that guy to transition better in his top line and level him out of his dock. And then to me, he's not quite as attractive in the build of his rear leg as what our class winner is. I thought that was a very nice pair, a close decision between them for our champion in reserve. Young lady sheep that comes here in third beats the one in fourth because he's just built wider. He's better in his rib. He's better in his back. I think that's a sheep that from a breed character standpoint suits me a little bit better. I like that guy a great deal. When you just study the way he feeds out of his blade into his spine, that guy's got a good square shape laid into him. I think she can get him parked and he can balance pretty nicely. He's probably not as exotic in the front part of his body as either a sheep right ahead of you. The challenge on this one for me is that when we get him out and turn him loose, he's a little lower headed. He starts to drop out in his chest relative to his flank and doesn't just hold himself together as good as our top pair did. But I like that one a great deal. I think he's more open. I think he's more robust than the sheep that comes here in fourth. A little heavier weight kind of a sheep that comes next. I like this one in terms of his outline from the side. He's long pattern. He's late maturing. He runs uphill and probably does handle his underline symmetry better than the one right ahead of him. That's a sheep that, to me, good skinned, and she's got him presented to a T. We get underneath of that one, and he's built narrower at his foundation. He's flatter in his rib cage. He's narrower back to his pin set. That's a sheep that I think you peel the flank wheel out. I don't know if he's truly as round and robust in his rib cage. I'm not the breed character police, but he probably looks a little out of place in this lineup in my opinion, but still a nice one that she presents very well. Round out the class with what I thought was a close decision between 5th and 6th. To me, this one's got just a little bit more tone and shape to his upper skeleton. Doesn't balance quite good enough, young lady, to get him up any higher in this lineup, but I like the way he handles a little better than the sheep here that I like in terms of his structure. Just a little bland when you get your hands on him. Good class here in our Southdown division. Again, let's compliment all those kids.
All right, this is our first call for Class 1 breeding does. First call, Class 1 breeding does. Well, I hope Jones Barton has some banner holders available to help him because he just added another one by being selected as our Southdown champion. Taya Winden is the reserve champion Southdown. The final call for Class 7 natural market lambs. Final call, Class 7 natural market lambs. First call, Class 8 natural market lambs.
All right, we need Class 7 natural market lambs to come check in with Midori. Class 7 natural market lambs, come check in with Midori in the holding area.
I think a nice trio to start off our blue division here, and it falls together pretty logically, at least the way I see them. I think young lady's darker colored weather that wins the class. She gets that guy parked. The way he balances, the way he carries himself in motion, I think is really, really good. These are some lightweight sheep. We got a lot of gas left in the tank, and I'd imagine sometime, maybe this spring is where we're targeting or a little later. But at the end of the day, I think that's a sheep that not only does he look the part today here to win our lightweight class, I think there's a lot of future in that guy. One that comes in second. The young lady does an excellent job getting him presented. He's as toned up in terms of his muscle and his shape as anything. I like the bend and the give that he's got to his knee, to his front foot, and the utilization of his hock a great deal. You get to a rear 3/4 on that sheep. He's not as round in the bottom side of his forerib as our class winner. You get to this viewpoint here, and even though he props up really nice in the front part of his body, I think he's just a little more uniform in terms of his underlying quality. He doesn't transition as smooth from his loin into his hip and out of his dock as what our class winner did. But I thought he had more muscle. I thought he was shaped a little better, and I like his feet and leg structure a nickel better than the one that's going to round out the class. Young lady sheep here, this one is smoother than the one right ahead of you. I like how he transitions from the top of his blade all the way out of his dock a great deal. I like the sweep that one has to his flank. He gets just a little lower in his neck set, a little tighter moving off of both ends for me to go ahead and work him up higher. But a good class to get us started.
All right, we need Class 7 natural market lambs. Take in. We need your natural to the holding area.
This is the second call, Class 1 breeding does. Second call, Class 1 breeding does.
All right, we need Taya Winden. Taya Winden with your natural market lamb. Come check in the holding area.
Final call, Class 1 breeding does. Final call, Class 1 breeding does. Brielle Upchurch. Brielle Upchurch. All right, this is the first call, Class 2 breeding does. First call, Class 2 breeding does.
Class 7 natural market lambs is headed in the ring. We need Class 8 to come up and check in the holding area. Class 8 natural market lambs to the holding area.
Second call, Class 2 breeding does. Second call, Class 2 breeding does. You guys can be making your way to the holding area. Class 1 is in the ring. Final call, class 2 breeding does. Final call, class 2 breeding does.
Well, good morning. Excited to be back and excited to be working through your guys' doe show today. And I think just an awesome way to get things kicked off and started here in Class 1. And I think a top 5 that's very diverse and different in terms of type and kind. And I'll be honest, I think it is close here up top. This one that is going to go ahead and win, to me, I think that one's probably just more demanding. The moment she steps foot into the ring, I think she's stouter in terms of her skull. She's bigger in terms of her forearm. She's broader in terms of her chest. And then, to me, there's just more as you get on top of that particular doe, working right out of the backside of her blade and shoulder. She's more progressive in terms of her width. For me, I want to set her down just a shade right there in terms of her chine bone, and she's not as exotic or unique in terms of her depth of body from the top side of her chine to the base of her sternum as the one's coming next. But to me, she's just so hard to deny. She's the stoutest, she's the densest, she's the most opened up. She needs to go ahead and win. This one, if she can continue to do the right things for the young lady, I think can be an absolute bad cat. You want to talk about tall-shouldered, slick neck, jet level down her back, and that thing is so exotic in terms of how she presents herself from the side. And you get in, and she is skinny, she is green, she is raw, and she's immature. Well, she is awesome in terms of her shape and her texture, the way she feeds. She's big and broad over her loin. Her forerib design is absolutely awesome. You compare her to the one directly in front of her, she's just a little fragile at the surface. I don't think she's as sound up front in terms of the setback angle to her blade and knee, but I think a lot of quality, a lot of future within that particular doe. This one here coming next, I absolutely love. Down low in terms of this flex, cushion, and comfort. The setback angle to her knee is awesome. Her length and levelness of hip and where her tail head sits is is beautiful, and all that correlates to her hind leg being so athletic and agile when we get out and go. She too paints the right image from the side in terms of height, the shoulder, or her neck ties at the apex of her blade. For me, though, you step around the front side of this particular doe, she's a little more just concaved right there to the base of her forerib. She'll get just a shot more out in terms of her elbow. She's probably just a little raw, green, and immature, and just not as busted open as you step back and study pin width right there through the seat of her pants as the two in front of her. But paints the right image. If she can come with just a shot more forerib, just a shot more there in the seat of her pants, I think it can get really, really close. Really like the shape, the freshness, the compositional correctness of the young lady's black doe here coming next. She too is just awesome from her mid-body forward in terms of the way she feeds out of the backside of her blade. She is wickedly tall-shouldered, skinny, skinny, skinny in terms of her neck. At the end of the day, she too just a shot washed out right there to the heel of her loin. She doesn't have the pin or just the punch and power. That doe coming at you is the blandest, the plainest, and the most closed out there to the base of her chest. You've got one that's highly presented, buddy. You do an awesome job getting her shown and presented. Just beautiful in terms of her build and her skeleton, her flex, her cushion, her comfort down low in terms of set and angle up front to her hind leg is really, really good. She's got to have more feature. She's got to have more width and bulk the whole way through if she's going to work up in this particular class. I've got goats on down the line, just need to be changed in terms of balance and muscularity. If you guys would, good way to get things kicked off. Give them a nice round of applause.
Got a deep class over here on the sheep side that admittedly is a little tough, in my opinion, to put together. Lots of different shapes and sizes out here, and so I think depending on the person that's in the ring and what they're trying to look for, you could maybe line them up just a little bit differently. I get that our class winner maybe isn't everybody's flavor, but I think that sheep is unique. To me, he is the outlier of this group in terms of his silhouette. That is a really long, youthful-looking head and neck that sits high on top of the shortest blade. I think that sheep in the way that his forerib lays into his body is off the charts good. I like the sweep that he has back to his rear rib and flank, and that's a sheep that I think at first glance he doesn't look as woofy as some of those behind him, and I get that. He's probably the skinniest one of this lineup, but when you get right on top of that guy and you study the way he transitions from his shoulder blade into his mid-body and back to his pin bones, I think he is truly the most progressive. That is a really, really good shaping one. In a perfect world, we would just make him a little smoother, in particular because he's one of the greener, skinnier ones of this lineup. He isn't perfect in his hip-loin hookup. I think that sheep needs to open up just a little bit more in his rib cage with some more maturity. But I read that one today to have just an absolutely insane amount of quality here from the side. He carries his head high. He manages everything from there back so good. Ultimately, I thought there was a trio of sheep that in terms of their neck set, in terms of their skeleton, fit me a little bit better. He did things the furthest reaching in my opinion. The young lady's weather that comes in second probably is a little smoother as a product of being just a little bloomier from a condition standpoint. I thought relative to 3, he was bigger in his hip. I thought he had a better turn to his lower leg, and that helped his body weight distribution here from the side of Nickel Moore. His skin is thin, his touch is nice, and one that I think does a nice job of getting that guy presented, and he emulates a lot of quality from the side. She gets out of him, we set him in motion, and to me his flaws become a little more evident. I think that sheep is naturally a little deeper at the base of his forerib, got a little bit more on the front side of his shoulder than what I would term ideal, and when we get him out and go, he won't just pick his head up and carry himself in the same fashion as our class winner. He isn't as good in the texture and tone of his muscle shape either as what the sheep right ahead of him is, but I thought that one had just a little bit more when we got in behind him than the darker colored sheep that's going to come here in third. One in third is neat in terms of just stoutness of structure, and the quality of his feet and leg structure I think is way good. That's a sheep that to me, again, high-headed, his neck set and maturity pattern and how things fit together fits me more than the young lady sheep that comes in fourth. The reason you get slid down into third, bud, is when we get to this viewpoint right here, I think that's a sheep that we got to have more turn to the base of his stifle to help him balance out. Of our initial trio, he's the flattest in terms of his forerib. He's the most closed up in his pin set. I think that's a sheep that has some really interesting parts, maybe just missing a few to go ahead and get around that top pair. If you like them to be crisp and shapely, the one here in 4 is probably as good as any. Young lady, that one's got a big old rib cage. He's got a monstrous back when you get right on top of him. Don't even have to pet that one. His pin bones are set wider, and he's got more right there through the seat of his britches than the one right ahead of you. For me, as we start to study him, whether he's parked or in motion, that sheep won't let his neck out of his shoulder as good. He tightens up on both ends of his skeleton. I read him one that from a growth curve and maturity pattern standpoint, it. Maybe isn't quite my speed, but I think that's one that you get a guy in here that's looking for power. He's at no shortage of it. Little closer decision between 5th and 6th here. I thought the sheep that finishes out our front line could prop up with a nice kind of look, runs uphill, good in his neck attachment. To me, he needs to be fixed right there in his rear pastern. Of our initial grouping, he was the flattest in his body and the blandest in his shape, but I thought he was more seamless in how he comes together here from the side than the young lady's sheep in 6. Good class there. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those kids.
All right, Class 8 Natural Market Lambs is getting ready to head in the ring.
Congratulations, champion, Yorkshire Dogs, Savannah Hinton, return champion, London Dean.
All right, Class 8 Natural Market Lands is headed in the ring. We need Class 9 to come up to the holding area and get checked in. Class 9 Natural Market Lambs to the holding.
Class 3 breeding does. Class 3 breeding does. We need you up in the holding area. Final call, Class 3 breeding does. Final call, Class 3 breeding does.
Well, if this right here doesn't get you fired up, I said it yesterday, you probably need to buy a boat. This right here is wicked. It is insane, and it is spooky and scary. This top trio and this top four is absolutely wild, wacky, and different. But there was no hesitation. The moment the young man's doe stepped foot in the ring, that was my class winner. To me, that one is so hard to replicate from the side. To look like that in terms of height, the shoulder, build, and balance, where her neck ties, the way her blade ties it into her skeleton, her bend and flex up front is absolutely beautiful. And what I think is so awesome, it is poetry in motion. Not only does she look like that prop from the side with the wicked kneed head, the short ear, the giant chest, and the giant forearm, and absolutely no sternum, but she looks the same in motion. And if you're asking ringside, what's it like under the hair? It's big, it's broad, it's awesome textured. She looks like she swallowed one of the whiskey barrels over there for a rib cage. I get where her critics will hit on her. She could be just a nickel longer right there in terms of her hip. But at the end of the day, I want to stand in backdrops with one that looks like that are built like that, and can move like that. I think very, very impressive. This paint doe coming in next is absolutely bad to the bone. You want to talk about rank up front in terms of her skull, in terms of her ear, in terms of her chest. That thing is absolutely wicked as you get right around the backside of her in terms of the shape, in terms of texture. For me, though, we ask these things, they get up and go in motion. She'll get just a little tight right here in the center of her back, and then we watch these things go right away. She'll fade and funnel right here to the backside of her pin, and she closes up too much right there at the backside of her hock. If we can pry that one open from her loin back, I think up front in terms of chest, forearm, skull, ear, and upper rib cage and shape, she can go ahead and be our class winner. But I think that top pair is very, very good. Young man's doe here, it's going to go ahead and be second. Buddy, she is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous and sexy. She is tall-shouldered, skinny-necked, flat back, and I mean cat-like in motion. At the end of the day, I love her, man. I want a whole lot that looks like that. But you get right here and you put it in relation to the two right in front of her. She's the flattest and most concave right there to the base of her forearm, and she just doesn't have the same shape and texture. And I love how loose built she is, but she'll get just a little weird in terms of her top line when we ask her to get out and go in motion. If she can have the bulk, if she can have the width, her do. Her look, her build, her skeletal quality easily move her up in this particular class. Young lady, you probably brought a doe to Cheyenne that you thought was going to do pretty solid, but you run into a class I think is absolutely spooky and scary. This doe is very, very good. She is big and broad right there over her loin. She's big right there to the upper portion of her hip and pin set. She is really, really stout in terms of her just feature and denseness there to her lower skeleton. She's awfully proud apart and square right here in terms of her chest and knee. I think her head is absolutely beautiful. To me, though, she's the flattest right there to the seat of her pants. She's the flattest right there in terms of her forehead. And you step off and study these things from the side. She's not as tall-shouldered. She's not as exotic or just neat-looking as the ones in front, but I think very, very good. This doe right here, I think probably just from the side, just a little plain, just a little round, but you get your hands on her. She's tremendous in terms of her shape. The way that she feeds out of the backside of her blade is awesome. The way she feeds into her rib cage is absolutely beautiful. That one doesn't have the wild pieces, gets a little round, just gets a little frail. Really, really like your doe right here. Young lady in 6. That thing is just beautiful from the side in terms of the way she's built. She's jet level down her back. She ran out of feature. She ran out of width down low. Another one that I think is absolutely awesome in terms of build, in terms of skeleton. Another one that we just got to pry that one open just a shot more. And I thought does down the line, they just didn't have the wild pieces. They got to balance up just a little bit better from the side. But again, an awesome class. If you guys would, give those kids a real nice round of applause.
For the overall drive, we will bring first and seconds back.
All right, we have just a little bit of a delay as we wait for a showman. We're somewhat unique to some shows that we try to give every opportunity for those exhibitors to show their animal specifically, so please just be patient with us.
Well, without a doubt, on the sheep side of things, one of the deepest classes that we've had so far. In the same breath, I say that it's got some challenge. I don't know if there's one in this group that kind of came in, slapped me upside the head and said, here I am. I think there's a lot of differences in this class, and you got to decide what you're willing to accept, what you want to find. To me, ultimately, this top pair kind of surface, and I wish we could merge the two of them. Then I think we'd have that kind of knight in shining armor. This is a tough pair, tough class to work through. Ultimately, I think when you get this set parked here from the side, balance, quality, symmetry, youthfulness, that's where this pair needs to surface. And then I ask myself, between that pair, as I weigh back and forth in my head, where's the bigger difference? I think the young lady's class winner just eats the second place one for lunch, and that's why he gets to win. That's a sheep that right here, I'm not going to tell you he's perfect, but I think he exudes quality. His sternum and his body sit up in him where it needs to. I think he's got a stout, useful, correctly set hind leg, and I think the symmetry that he paints, while maybe isn't as tall-fronted and skinny-necked as our second place, is still very good. Again, the difference maker for me is when I get right on top of that pair, that is without question the wider built, rounder rib, bigger back, bigger pinned one that I think just has so much more than the one that comes here in second. I dig this one in second from the side. I think that if we could find a silhouette like that and merge it with the substance of our winner, then we've got our easy winner amongst this lineup, because versus our class winner, I like the direction that sheep runs relative to the ring surface. I like his longer neck and how it sits on top of his neater and tidier blade. The question you got to ask yourself, and it's tough for me because I'll give up some muscle, you get into this viewpoint here, and I think he is at a strong deficit in terms of shape of body, in terms of tone and mass up high, and right here from behind, he's probably the narrowest and flattest one of this entire grouping that we've got up here. But to me, the quality he has from the side at this viewpoint is why he gets to be our second place sheep. That's a nice pair. One that comes here in third, I think we give him a shot. A leg wool and your perception would change just a little bit more. That's a good ribbed, good skin, good textured kind of a sheep when you get right on top of him. He's got more mass, more width of skeleton when you get in behind him, even than the one that beat him. The reason he's not in the top pair, to me, you take that flank wool out and you study natural underlying progression. It doesn't go the direction I like it to, and regardless of the leg wool, to me, that's a sheep that needs a stronger rear pastern, a more attractive hind leg, and a squared leveler hip there to go ahead and make the switch. But I liked his length, his maturity pattern better than the one that comes next. I think we got a little fat steer coming here in fourth, one that can prop up here from the side, and if you talk about some kind of neat proportions, he does that to a high degree, not at a shortage of muscle, not at a shortage of power. To me, that is the quickest maturing sheep. If you look at his skull, his neck, his cannon bone, and how he carries himself in motion, that one's just not good enough looking for this particular judge, but I think that one's got a lot of good nonetheless. Crazy muscular sheep rounds out our top five, and that's why he gets to the front line, young lady. That one handles like a dream. He is big-backed, he is big-ended, and he is fresh and good compositionally, a little bit like the one in front of you. That one's just a little bit too conventional, in my opinion, when we start to get off to this viewpoint here, and probably still didn't come together as good as the sheep that beat you, but I like his muscle, I like his handle quality. That was a good class, but a tough group to assemble there. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all those kids.
We need class 4 breeding does to check in the holding area with Pam. Class 4 breeding does to check in the holding area with Pam. We need Bella Campbell to come up and check in for her class for the breeding doe show.
Good class here, and I think one that, although there's some differences, I think it fits and meshes together quite well in my mind. I thought the initial impression, young lady's doe up front, hit the gate, and it's instantly, what's that one? She is so attractive and neat to look at here from the side in terms of just her height to shoulder and where her neck ties right there out of the apex of her blade. She's presented to the absolute nines, and then you go ahead, you get your hands on her, and that is one of the freshest, best touching ones. That is the most progressive in terms of her width. And then I think what really is the nail in the coffin and why she's got to win this particular class is you set these goats in motion. You watch her come at you. You watch her leave. And that one's just the most genuine. She's the squarest, the most pried apart from sternum, knee to the base of her tippy toe. And that thing leaves you. She's big and square and broad right there through the upper portion of her hip and pin set and carries that width and just genuine squareness there to the surface. I thought a very, very logical place to start. This one right here, propped up from the side, I absolutely love. She is jet level down her back. She's beautiful in terms of her underlying progression. I thought another one that was really good as you go ahead and get right here and talk about body shape, talk about spread, and she is just ginormous in terms of her chest, but at the same token, she'll get just a little out right there in terms of her elbow. You watch that one go right away, and to me, she'll close up just a shot right there at the base of her skeleton. I thought a little longer eared, just not as wild and exotic as the one that wins, but I think that one's really, really high quality. This thing right here, I absolutely love. She is a stout mug, giant chested, giant form, giant backed, round bodied one. For me, though, she gets just a little coarse and plain right there to the base of her neck. And to me, she's a little shorter coupled. And I think all that correlates when you ask the goats to go in motion. She's a little straight and a little vertical off either end. I want to make her square. I want to make her more genuine as she hits her rear foot to the surface going right away. But I think in terms of just skull, ear, form, and genuine horsepower up front, that goat's really, really good. Drop dead gorgeous is this one right here. You want to talk about tall shoulders, skinny necked, and flat back. Beautiful in terms of her length of hip and set right there to her hind leg. Push comes to shove. You get right here, got to have more forerib, got to bust that one open right there to the base of her chest and knee. But I think absolutely beautiful in terms of her build and her skeleton. Opposite end of the spectrum, the young lady's paint doe right here. Bold, shapely, tremendously round body. This thing is ginormous right here to the upper portion of her hip and her pin set. At the end of the day, she just doesn't proportion good enough as we get right here. Carpet doesn't match the drapes. Got to have more feature down low to match the extra bulk, to match the extra boldness she's got up high. But I love her muscularity. Just wish we could stouten her up down low. These goats over here just need more muscle. I just got to balance up just a little bit better. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
All right, we need Class 10 natural market lambs to check in the holding area. Class 10 natural market lambs to check in the holding area. Class 5 breeding does. We need you to check in the holding area. Class 5 breeding does. Check in the holding area. like to take a minute to thank some of our volunteers that have made this show possible. This is year 5, and we've got a great set of industry leaders and members that help in all these species. Our board of directors, Pam Freeman is the chairman, Jefferson Keller is the vice chairman, Scott Vetter, Dylan Freeman, Mandy Weber, Justin West, Krisha Geffert, and Whitney Darr. I'd also like to thank the Sheep and Goat Subcommittee, who helps select judges and make recommendations to provide additional opportunity for these young kids to have a chance to show different things. Sheep and Goats Subcommittee, Dylan Freeman is the chair, Clay Elliott, Jason Simpson, Justin Nathan, Caden Hubbard, Bobby Strecker, Sydney Beatty, Bruce Bauman, Pam Freeman, Braxton Olson, Mike Frink, and Chase Taylor. We have some great supporters of our show here in Cheyenne. Pine Bluffs Distilling has been a big supporter for the last 5 years. Not only have they donated barrels for prizes, we get to pick a barrel that they label with our logo, Cheyenne at Livestock Expo Whiskey. They're serving stuff over there. Go visit them at the Pine Bluffs Distilling tent. Get yourself a drink. They're huge supporters of this event. And we really appreciate them. All right, we need Class 5 breeding does to come check in. We're still missing J.C. Pratt and Heidi Hutchinson. If you're wondering where we're at throughout the day today on the shows, you can follow the live stream. Ringside Live is doing the live streaming for us. It'll be live on Facebook, live on YouTube. You can go to their website. There's some QR codes on their banners that are hanging on the side of the show ring. So if you're wondering where we're at in the show today and you're in the back of the barn, just pull that up. It should tell you where we're at in each of our classes. You can also send that to anybody back home that's wanting to watch the show.
I think another good class of blue sheep here. Really, this top trio, I think, are exceptionally good. Ultimately, I think there's a pair of them that just hit me a little harder in terms of their look, in terms of their presence. I think they handle their skeleton a little bit better. Amongst that pair, the young lady sheep that's going to win the class, I think just has a little bit more punch to him. That's a sheep that if we could just settle him down right there in his tailhead ever so slightly, I think that corrects him. She gets him parked right here, and I think at this stage of the game, that guy looks youthful. He runs uphill. He's shallow where he needs to be. He's deep where he needs to be. I think that's a sheep that when you get on top of him, you start comparing him to the one right behind him. He's got more foundational width. That lays the groundwork for that guy to have an awesome turn and shape to his forerib. He's bigger in his back. He's bigger when you step in behind him. I think a really nice one to go ahead and start us off. The young lady sheep in second. I love that thing in terms of how he handles his structure and motion. That one is tall fronted. That one is dense and correct at his foundation. He probably handles his hip just a little better even than what our class winner does. That's a sheep that I think when you get off to this viewpoint here and you start to study, again, naturally where his forerib sits into his outline because of the turn of it, he's not as impressive. You get on top of him, that's a sheep that closes up more at the top of his body cavity, and because of that, he's not as good right there in his blade, right there in his loin, and when you get in behind him, but I thought he was better in terms of his structure. I thought he ran uphill a little better than the one that's going to come in 3. This is the power sheep of the group, no doubt. This thing is big ribbed. He is big backed and monstrous when you get in behind him. That's a sheep that, in my opinion, we need to relax on both ends of his skeleton. He'll rock forward a little more in his blade and knee. He's tighter in his rear pastern. We'd probably change his attitude just a little bit to go along with it. That's a sheep that, for me, needs to be a little better at the ground, a little neater and tidier up front if we're going to tide all that substance and power. He's doing a great job hanging with it here. That's a stout one to come in 3rd. Sheep that comes in 4. I like him in terms of his skin and his texture. That one's lean and probably is just a little more up and out even than the one right ahead of him. Gets a little too gangly looking for me. We got to stout in his feature. We got to open him up. We got to piece him together a little more seamless here from the side, but I like his length of mid-body and the direction he runs up front. This is a sheep that you get him parked and he's kind of a chunky, boxy made one that's got some power to him. At the same time, gets a little deeper and plainer at the front part of his body, gets a little blander when you lay your hands on that one because he's pushing probably the most over his body wall of anything in this lineup, but I thought his foundational width, his rib shape needed to be up here at the front in a really good class. That was a fun group to work through. Again, let's congratulate all those kids. Nice job. Nice job, guys.
All right, congratulations to our Class 9 Natural Market Lamb exhibitors. We have Class 10 coming in the ring. We'll need those first and seconds back out of those first 4 classes for the Natural Market Lamb drive. We also need Class 5 of the breeding does to check in the holding area. We still need Heidi Hutchinson to come check in the holding area for Class 5 of the breeding does.
This is really tough top pair in my mind because I like both these goats. This is probably the toughest class we've had. I just didn't think maybe one just ran out here and said, hey, pick me, I'm your class winner. But I think some very interesting pieces and parts are some goats that have some things about them I really like and then some things I want to change. And this top pair is really, really different. And so I'm going to tell you where my head's at, why I did the things that I did. This one from the side is better built than the one directly behind her. She is taller shouldered. She's neater in terms of where her neck ties at the apex of her blade. She's better in terms of her design and balance from the side, in terms of where her sternum sits in relation to her underlying progression. To me, she's longer. She's leveler out of her hip. And you get your hands on this one, and boys, it's surprising. That thing is probably about as good a touching of one that's come to the ring to this particular point. Her body shape is absolutely beautiful and awesome. Push comes to shove, and I get it. She's blown away from being a bona fide class winner in my mind. If she's got more features feature down low, then I don't ever question it because she's sounder than the 1 and 2. She's better looking than the 1 and 2. And to me, she is more appropriate from her loin back in terms of the shape of her pin, where her tail head sits, and the range of motion out of her hind leg. And I get it. We got to have more bone, but I still thought there was more positives in that go. This thing from her loin forward is absolutely awesome. You want to talk about stout skulled, awesome ear, giant chested, and a big front foot and forearm. She's got it, and I love that about her. You get right here, though, she's a little weird in terms of the way her hips constructed, and to be honest, she's a little Angus heifer built behind. She's a little hatchety in terms of the way she feeds right there to the seat of her pants, and you ask these things to go in motion. She rolls out of her front end, gets a little low fronted. She'll get just a little weird and push and plant on the outside of her hoof wall going right away. If we can change this doe structurally, and if we can make her balance better from the side in terms of the way her hip and lower leg and stifle lay within to her skeleton, her skull, her ear, her chest, her feature, her forearm are just what I want. I just thought there was too many negatives to go ahead and label her the class winner, but it's really, really close and tight, and I definitely would listen to an argument. Again, got to change that one from her loin back. This goat right here is one that probably grew on me the longer we're out here. Young lady gets her parked and propped up from the side, and that thing is as tall-shouldered, waspy, and wild-looking as anything that's come to the ring to this particular point, and I love that about her. She's got big feet. She's got a big forearm. Her feet move and motor in the right direction. I like the shape. She didn't have the extra hair, the extra fluff the others do, but to me, the shape of her pin, the shape there to her stifle and her lower leg is really, really good. At the end of the day, she's too flat. She's too closed up. We got to have more punch and power, and you can read it all as she comes right at you in terms of her chest, in terms of the length of her ear, and the way her jaw lays within to her skeleton. We can change that. I love her build, and I love her balance. Another one from the side that I think is absolutely incredible, the front portion of this thing's skeleton from her mid-rib forward is beautiful. That is a gigantic form, skinny neck, and an awesome head. And I think the way that her upper rib cage lays within to her skeleton is very, very good. She just funnels way too much. As we step right here, we got to pry that one open in terms of her loin and her pin. We got to make that one more secure in terms of the way her rear hock and foot hit the surface. But again, her mid-rib forward, absolutely deadly. This one's challenging for me because there's times I get a view of young ladies doing 5, and I absolutely love. She is big, big, big in terms of feature and substance down low. And you get in and get your hands on her. Awesome shape, really good in terms of the way her foreribs designed. You get right here, though. I thought she was the most off and blandest and plainest from the side. She's the deepest bodied one. And then you step right here. I thought just a little deep and just a little generic in terms of the way the base of her neck tied within to her skeleton and the way that her sternum set right there on the front side of her skeleton. But again, feature just in terms of body shape and touch, really, really good. Goats on down the line, all of them. Just got to power them up, give them more shape, give them more muscle, but a really nice and challenging class. You guys would give them a nice round of applause.
All right, we need class 6 to be checked in the holding area for breeding does. We're still missing Talissa Tannigan and Jamie Gitlin. All right, we need our first and seconds of the natural market lambs to check in the holding area for the natural market lamb drive. Silas Hartman, we're missing your first place. Then we'll move into our market U, first class of market U's. So get those market U's starting to make their way up here to the holding area.
Here in our heavyweight class, the natural color division, we got some big sheep out here, and I'm probably one of the different minds that thinks we're probably at a stage where we show these things way too big and way too old. I like sheep that look youthful. I like sheep that are compositionally right relative to where they're at in their stage of maturity. On top of the things we've talked about in regards to skeleton, in regards to pattern, this is a tough class to put together because there's, again, a lot of different shapes and sizes, and I don't know if there's that came out and did it all. I thought this pair of sheep kind of blended all those things together because they look a little more youthful in their rib cage and their body, and yet still do it with some substance, still do it with some quality. The darker fibered sheep that's going to win the class, you get him parked, and I think that's his best look because to me, that sheep can put together a nice silhouette here from the side. His forerib sits up in him neat and tidy the way it's supposed to. He gets deeper back to his flank versus the one that's going to come right behind him. The way that he's built out of his tail head and right there through the base of his leg probably helps his balance here from the side. And then to go on top of that, that is a sheep that is awesome in the just openness to his rib cage. He is round and bold. That facilitates the right kind of spread when you get on top of him. He maybe isn't quite as hard to the touch as the one right behind him. I wish that sheep, when we turn him loose, would just carry himself a little better. He's kind of a knothead and wants to duck down in terms of his head and neck. If you watch his spine and the comfort level of it, how he uses his hip and hind leg, I think that sheep's build quality is still very good. I like this one here in second when you get your hands on him better than our class winner young lady. His hide's a little thinner. He is crisper and better in the shape that he's got right there behind his blade, and I appreciate that. Relative to the one that sits behind you, I think this sheep's a little more juvenile in terms of his head, his neck, and his body shape. I think he balances up plenty good here from the side. We turn him loose, and that sheep gets a little forward in his blade, a little tighter in his spine. More importantly, the reason you get beat here at this top pair, so when I get in behind him, that sheep probably progresses the wrong way, in my opinion. I need to open him up here around his dock and make him just a little wider from behind to match the horsepower of the one that beats you. But I think a really nice sheep to come in second that you do an excellent job getting presented. Probably a day where the one in third here could have slid up the line. That one's stout at his foundation. He's big and burly in his rib, and when you get in behind him, no question that guy's got power. And I still think relative to the maturity he reads with, this young man's done a great job of keeping him together. His skin is good. His presentation is elite. To me, that's a wether that in terms of his skull, his neck, and the depth from his chine to his chest reads a little bit too far gone, in my personal opinion. I'd also like to change him right out of his dock and how he handles his rear skeleton. If we could just go back in time, I think that's a sheep that rivals our top pair. I still thought he had enough good to go ahead and beat the two that we get here on the front line, because the 1 and 4 from the side gives me fits. He does some things I think are very unique in this lineup. That one is really, really good in terms of his underlying progression. He runs uphill very correctly. The problem is, as we get into our heavyweight class here at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo, you get underneath that guy, you study the turn to his body and how he comes back to his pin bones. There's just not enough manpower there in our heavyweight class. I need to make that guy more opened up. I need to make him look more like a heavyweight to play, because right here, we could do a lot of things with that one. I thought the sheep that rounded out our top 5, another one of those that I think a few weeks ago could have played a little higher. That one's burly and dense at his foundation. He's correct in terms of the angles of his skeleton. That's one that I think maturity's starting to take its toll. He's getting a little deeper from the top of his scapula to the floor of his chest. I get right here to this rear 3/4, and I study the way he rolls out of his spine and the cover that he works over his body wall. I think that one's starting to read just a little bit past 12 o'clock, but I think a good sheep nonetheless to hit the end of our front line here. Good heavyweight class. Let's put our hands together for him.
I think a challenging top pair over here in our doe ring because I like both these goats, but I think they both need to be managed and changed in a few areas. And I think it's both up front on both of these goats in terms of maybe some structure, some skeletal issues, and maybe just in terms of the way things are built through the front portion of their skeleton and body. At the end of the day, to me, this doe, as we ask them to get out and go, and sticking to the guns of what we've done, I think is sounder and more flexible. I think that's because she's square, she's more appropriate in terms of the way that her upper hip and rump are put together, and that correlates to her hind leg set, her ability to get out, reach and flex and go. She's flat back. She's good in terms of her shape. She's not as overwhelming in terms of body and muscle as the one that's going to go ahead and sit in second, but to me, I think she's stouter in terms of her skull. She's broader in terms of her ears. She's got more feature down low, and although I think she's plainer up front in terms of the base and the crest of her neck, she's plainer as we step around the front side and stunnier right there to the base of her chest and sternum, and she'll splay and she'll toe out just a shade up front. I still find that one sounder. I still find her to balance up and be square and more appropriate from her loin back, and in terms of the way her hind leg hits the surface, that's why she needs to go ahead and win this class. If you just want to step in and study them right here, there's my class winner. A giant in terms of her back, round in terms of her body. That is a gigantic upper hip and pin set. She is so just pried apart and giant in terms of her chest. To me, though, we ask these things to get out and go in motion. She gets a little lower set in terms of her shoulder. She's the most vertical and upright of the initial top trio of does. If we can relax her in terms of her angle, her blade and knee, give her just a shot more forerib, make her not so round in terms of her upper pin, and just tie her blade and arm right there into her skeleton just a little bit better from the side. She is beautiful underline. She's got the big chest, the big body, the big upper pin. Want to make her taller shouldered. Want to make her just a little sounder in motion. Young lady's goat that's going to go ahead and sit here in 3. You've got you a dang nice doe. I think in terms of basics and skeleton, that thing is good. Tall shouldered, where her sternum is set within her skeleton, is absolutely awesome. She presents herself extremely shallow from the side. That thing is jet level down her back, from the back side of her blade to where her tail head sits right there at the upper portion of her hip and pin set. At the end of the day, she's just a little plainer, just a little more closed up. As we study her at the surface, we need to open her up in terms of her chest. Just need to give her a shout more forerib and shape. But I think this view right here, in terms of just build, in terms of skeleton, comfort, and flexibility, I thought you brought one that was really, really high quality. I think similar story can be said for the young lady's doe here coming next. In terms of from the side of underline and top line comfort and security, really, really good. To me, though, I think this doe is probably just a little rounder in terms of the way she's built. Up front, in terms of her blade, a little more concave. Right there at the upper portion of her rib cage, I didn't think she had the same shape and texture. She's maybe just a little off and dingy in terms of her hair coat. I don't think that helps her. But from the side, good underlined and sound structured. Doe here that's going to round out her top 5. She's got a big forearm and a big rear foot. She's got a really round body laid within to her. To me, though, she's a little straight up front. She'll get just a little short, just a little steep there out of her hip. I didn't find her just as neat looking right there ahead of her blade as the 4 directly in front of her. But in terms of feature, in terms of body and width, I thought very, very good. Goats on down the line. Just need just a few more, just wow factor, a little more feature, and a little more muscle. Really challenging class. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
All right, Class 6 of the breeding does is going in the ring. So we need Class 7 to check in the holding area with Pam. We've got our natural market lamb division drive in the ring now. So we need Class 11, our first class of market ewes, to check in the holding area. Class 11 market ewes, check in the holding area.
Well, a fun natural color division to work through, and one that certainly made me work today just in terms of thought process. There was a ton of variety in this class and a ton of good amongst all of these classes. I guess just trying to find ones that fit into the mold, and sometimes that can get difficult if you don't have just that cookie cutter in a class. I got to sit back and ask myself, where am I willing to stand on some of these things? And so that's what made this division tough, but the quality also did that. So my hats off to these young people on bringing us a nice set. Not to take anything away from our pair of lightweight sheep. I think those both have a bright future ahead of them, but I thought our second class is where things in this division really started to heat up, and still what I would consider at this stage of the game some lightweight sheep, but I think the one that wins that class does some pretty unique stuff. From his hip forward, that's how I like him to be built. That one is sappy in his flank and neat in his sternum. His neck set is high and tidy, and he carries himself like a proud, confident kind of a show sheep. We talked in class. He's pretty skinny still, and probably doesn't just bulk up with some of those that sit behind him. And because of where he sits from a condition standpoint, I just like to fix him right there and how his loin ties into his hip, level him from his jump muscle out to his dock. But I think his silhouette is way, way good, and a sheep that has an awfully bright future ahead of him. That's a good one in second over there, probably a little more seamless. At the same time, didn't think he pushed the envelope as far. This was a tough class to work through, and I thought that was a nice pair, even though they're a little different, that came to the forefront. This weather, when we get him stopped, I think has some good to him. That's one of the stoutest, densest, widest, biggest ribbed ones in this entire division. He's got an awesome turn to his forerib, and that facilitates one of the best spreads that we've seen all day out of his blade and back to his pin bones. Like in class we discussed, that's a sheep that when we turn him loose bothers me just a little bit. I read him to be a little rounder in his shoulder. I wish that sheep would take his head and pull it out of his neck just a little bit better and just maintain his balance and motion as good as what he can do when we get him parked. That's where the second place has him beat. Have to make the call if that one's just opened up and manly enough here at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo today to go ahead and get around that one, but that was a fun pair to work through. Like this pair a great deal as well, and the sheep that wins that class, like we talked, when we turn him loose, and even when he gets parked here, he'll get just a little high there in his tailhead, and that bothers me just a little bit, but I think at this stage of the game, that one is very unique in the sense that he is short about his blade. He is as good and shallow and neat in his body cavity and his sternum as you could make one. He's got a real youthful looking head and neck that comes high out of the top of his shoulder. I love the way that he's built in his lower skeleton. He's got the right bend to his knee and front foot. He's got a stout, durable, useful hind leg, and I think when she gets that guy parked, he paints a really nice image. Is he the burliest one when you get right on top of him? Probably not. He's hard and athletic in his shape. He could be just a little bigger right here and right there through his twist compared to a couple others, but I think that's a sheep that very exotic looking when you get off to the side and you just study that one's outline. Sheep that comes in two, love that thing's skeleton. His lower foundation is awesome. Again, one of those that gets a little flatter, little blander in terms of his shape. Good heavyweight pair as well. A sheep that, again, we get him parked, like a lot of things about him. His rib cage is as wild and opened up as any. A sheep that when we turn him loose, I need his neck and his blade maybe to allow him to come together better. I think relative to some of those ahead of him, you could obviously argue that he's getting just a little chubbier as you take him over his body wall and right here around his tailhead maybe than for my liking. That's where that second place sheep is better. He's harder touching. He's leaner and fresher over his rib cage. Picked on him in a couple balance features and need him to be just equipped with a little more horsepower from behind. Fun division to work through. Again, there's some variety out here, and you can pick your flavor if you're the one out here working through them. We're going to bring 2 or 3 of them actually out of this division. Dylan tells me I can bring some more back if we need to get our top 5 later today. Put your hands together for these kids. Great natural division. I'll go show you my favorites.
We need Talissa and Elizabeth to please check in the holding area. All right, we've got Class 11 market use headed in the ring. We need Class 12 market use to come to the holding area and check in with Colton.
I think it's a challenging class, but in my mind, it never really wavered from the one that we were going to start. I thought the real decision was right there in 2 and 3. And I thought the young lady's blonde-headed doe, she came in, she hit me pretty hard initially. That thing's just stout and grizzly in terms of her build. That's a big, stout, broad mug. Her chest is big. Her feet down low are ginormous, and they work in the right direction. I think she's square. She's more genuine. She's sounder and more flexible than the 2 does directly behind her. Up front's where I want to change her. She's a little throaty there in terms of her throat latch. She's getting just a little plain right there to the base and the crest of her neck. But at the same token, I think she's so hard to deny in terms of this feature and being that stout, that bold and opened up, and still awesome in terms of balance, sound, and flex when we ask them to get out and go. That's a logical place to start. Like I said, decision was right here between 2 and 3, and I think both these goats are similar. They both have got to have just a shot more feature. They both have got to be just a shot more opened up in terms of pin and going right away at the surface. But I thought the young lady's doe here that's going to go ahead and sit in second, I thought was more genuine in terms of her shape right there out of the backside of her blade and shoulder. I thought she was rounder in terms of her body, although she's probably needs a shot more feature and bone down low. I thought it matched the shot better than this doe. More importantly, you get right here and just study hip hock the ground. She's square and more genuine. You ask these things to get out and go. I think her hind leg hits the surface with more comfort and just security, and that's why she needs to go ahead and win. This doe right here, I love her up front. Her chest is a country mile wide. She's tucked up right there in terms of her chest and sternum, round in terms of her body. She'll fade and funnel right there in terms of her pin. She's just a shot frail in terms of forearm and front foot, and then you watch that one go away. She's too frail in terms of her rear leg. She'll sit and plant right there on the outside of her hoof wall. If we could square her up, give her more feature, then I think it's a no-brainer for me to work her up and maybe gets close right there within to the top pair. I think the basics in this doe are good. She's sound, she's flexible, good built and attractive, doesn't have the extras. To me, she's just a little plainer in terms of her blade, just a little flatter in terms of her forerib. This doe right here that's going to round out our top 5, I think she's got real interesting pieces. She is real slick and neat looking up front. In terms of her height, the shoulder, in terms of her length, the neck, her balance there, in terms of her top line. To me, she's a little straight up front in terms of her blade and knee, just a little rounder built out of her hip, just a little flatter right there in terms of her forerib. I thought goats on down the line were really good, deep competitive class. Those ones just need to be just a shot neater looking and just be a shot better balance. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
All right, Class 12, market use, please come to the holding area and check in.
First class in our Market U division, I thought we had kind of a top pair to surface. One that wins the class, runs uphill a little better, keeps her lower body symmetry more correct as we turn them loose. And then on top of that, even if she isn't as wide right behind her blade, I think that one's shape and tone to her muscle system's just a little better than the one that's going to come in second. I like the posture of this used hind leg just a little better. I think one that when you get on top of them probably does read with more width and spread all the way down her back and out to her dock. At the same time, at this stage of her maturity, a little blander to the touch, a little longer and deeper about her blade, and that's what gets gets her beat here in a close decision. I thought the ewe that came next had a ton of muscle, really a high cut ability, kind of sheep in terms of tone, in terms of leanness, one that doesn't balance up as good as the top pair, but I thought just a little longer about her rump. That allows her to use her hind leg a little better than the one that's going to round out the class. That again, no shortage of muscle here. Got to change her rear skeleton to go ahead and work her up higher in this group though.
All right, let's get caught up on some division winners here. In our natural market lamb division, our champion natural went to Dally Horrocks with her first out of Class 9. Second, or reserve champion natural market lamb, was Addie Cortez out of Class 9. And our third in that natural division out of Class 7 was Silas Hartman. We need Class 8 of our breeding does to come over and check in the holding area. Class 8 breeding does. We need Porter Winden. Porter Winden, you need to come up and check in for your new class. Porter Winden. Class 8 breeding does, please come to the holding area and check in. Class 8. After we do Class 8, we will do our top 5 breeding does. So we need those first and seconds to be getting ready for the grand drive of the breeding does. Class 12 of the market ewes is heading in the ring. Class 12 market ewes is heading in the ring. We need Class 13 market ewes to come to the holding area and check in. Class 13 market ewes to the holding area and check in. Like to take a second to thank some of our sponsors for this year's event. We've got Tallgrass Energy as a grand champion sponsor. Visit Cheyenne, Pine Bluffs Distilling, Cheyenne Kubota, Tenco LLC, Equipment Share. Those are our grand champion sponsors for this year's event. Our reserve champion sponsors, we've got Stock Show Secrets, ADM Showtech, Not only is Showtech a huge sponsor of the show, but we've got Krisha Gefford over there running the hogs, so we really appreciate her help getting us lined out on the hog show. Again, we need our Class 13 market ewes to come and check in the holding area. Class 13 market ewes checking in the holding area. Class 8 breeding does needs to be checked in the holding area. Class 8 breeding does checked in the holding area.
Well, this is pretty good. This is pretty all right, if you ask me. And I think it's tough. I think it's challenging because between these 4 does, I think they're all very, very different. And so I'm sure there's going to be lots of opinions ringside on which one they like, and that's okay. I'm the guy in the ring today, so my opinion matters. And guess what? It's just one opinion on one day. I'm sure things could shake out differently on a different day. I think as we step back and we study these things and we talk about how they're all different, I think the young man's offside shoulder Cape doe, to me, she combines the 3 does directly behind her into one package. And I get it, she's not perfect, but none of these are. This thing right here, when she hit the ring, that is a stout melon. That is a short ear. Her forearm and her front foot is absolutely ginormous. You can get around the front side where they're in the extra funky twine and hair, study her toe spread, study the depth of her heel. That thing's got a ginormous kind of a front foot. She's jet level as you study her right here down her back. I think her proportions, her balance are so good. You watch these go. Of all these goats, she's the most genuine. As she comes right at you, she stays the squarest from the sternum to her knee to the base of her tippy toe. She does the same as she leaves you. If I'm going to get critical on her and I'm going to throw stones at one that I really like, it is right there at the base of her forerib. If we could just make that just a shot bolder, just a shot rounder, I'd probably never waver. But like I said, they all got problems. I think she encompasses all the goats behind her into one package. This goat right here, I absolutely love, young lady, but she's kind of got a little bit of an attitude problem, and that doesn't help you in a tough class. But you want to talk about stout, robust, round-bodied, giant back, giant pinned, and really, really awesome touching and big muscle does. This thing right here does it, and from the side, man, I think it's still really, really good. I get where critics will pick on her. She ain't the waspy-looking one like the 2 behind her. And she probably gets just a little rounder right there in terms of her hip, but she's stouter in terms of her mug. She's rounder in terms of her body. That one is more genuine than the 2 does directly behind her. Again, if we can make that one a little square in terms of the way her hip's constructed, give her a better attitude, and maybe make her just a little waspier looking up front, I'm running with that one all day. I don't care what's coming in Class 8. Young lady still right here, this one hits the gates, and boy, you get fired up. You want to talk about the slick neck, the flat back, and the kitty cat hind leg, this thing right here's got it. Push comes to shove, it's all right here. It tells you the story. She's long-eared, she's a little fragile in terms of her head, and then that tells you that one doesn't have the shape, that one doesn't have the body, has a 2 directly in front of her. But to me, she's more aggressive in terms of her shape comparative to the doe directly behind her. She's rounder in terms of her forerib, and I think you get right here, she's more genuine and square in terms of her hind leg and the way it hits the surface. But again, we got to make that one just stouter mugged, shorter eared, and just more aggressive in terms of her body shape. And she's protruding just a little bit right there through her breastplate comparative to the 2 directly in front of her, but waspy looking and awesome build. Excuse me. This doe coming right here in 4th. Again, initial impression, I think similar story to the doe directly in front of her. She's got big feet down low, waspy and wild looking. I absolutely love her head. It's mean and it's rank, but I don't think it tells the story. You step back and you want to study all those as they sit along the 3/4 view. That one's the flattest in terms of her body, and to me, she's just a little sickle hawk. She goes right away. She'll pull in there at her hock. We got to make that goat more genuine. I love her neck. I love her skull. I love her feature. I love her pin, but she is the most concave. She's the flattest in terms of her body. That's the least genuine one going away. Got to make her square. Got to make her more sound. This goat right here, young lady, you probably would have had a class winner and a lot of other classes because I think this thing's really, really good. You want to talk about really big back, really round body? To me, though, she's probably just the plainest one of the initial top 5. She'll want to close and funnel right there in terms of her pin. She didn't have the feature. She didn't have the wow factor as the ones in front of them. Really like your goat, young lady. You run into an absolute screamer of her class. I think that one's awesome in terms of build and balance from the side. She's flat back. She's big pin. She's juicy behind. To me, she's too straight up front. She didn't have the extra pizzazz and waz. This goat right here is drop dead gorgeous and sexy. She needs more muscle. Same story all down the line. If you guys would, give him a nice round of applause.
Real good class of market ewes here. I thought the depth of quality was off the charts good and kind of boiled it down to this top pair. I think it's really, really close between them. Ultimately, the young lady's blue ewe, to me, in terms of just head carriage and how she conducts herself in motion, how she naturally manages her top line suits me a little bit better. I think that one reads with a crap load of quality when you get here to the side. That thing is so tall fronted. She is so good in the way that her neck and her shoulder tie together. I think that thing's top line is insanely good. You get off to this view viewpoint here, and to me, she paints the right kind of image. The question mark you have to ask yourself is when you get right here, is she as aggressive right there through the bottom side of her forerib as what the 1 and 2 is? That's the thing you have to decide, because this one here, in terms of the spread to her back, the roll to her body cavity is so good. I think that one, in terms of getting one presented and shown and really hiding some of her flaws, young man, you do as good a job as anybody that's come through the ring today. The challenge for me on that one is as we turn them loose in their natural state, that one gets just a little easy in her spine. She's not as good in the way that her neck ties into her blade. She's not as correct in terms of how her symmetry stays together. But when you do that right there, I think that's what keeps that pair close. Merge those two together, and we got a runaway winner. Regardless, I think a really close top pair. This one here, when you get your hands on them, there's not many better than this young lady right here. That thing is busted open. She is wide and stout and shapely in terms of her rack muscle, as good in terms of her edge as anything. The problem and why you get sorted into third here in a tough class is when we turn them loose, your ewes just not quite as good in her skeleton. She gets a little lower in the way her neck ties into her blade, wants to tighten in her spine, gets a little more rigid in how she handles that rear leg in motion. You do an excellent job getting that one presented, and she's as muscular and powerful as any. One that comes here in 4, I probably like her opposite a little better in motion than I do when you get her stopped. That one's intriguing in terms of stoutness of feature and coloration. I think she's awesome in the front part of her skeleton when you turn them loose, carries her head high and confident. That's one that when we get here to the side, loses her balance a little bit, a touch deeper there at the base of her shoulder, gets off in the way her loin ties into her hip and a little shorter about her rump. More importantly, of this initial grouping, she's just the plainest. When I get my hands on her and pushing the most cover over her body wall here in this Market U division, that one needs to be toned up and freshened up a little bit more. I like the length and extension hip forward to the young lady's Blue U that rounds out the class. She probably mirrors some of those ahead of you a little bit better than the one that the young lady in front of you has, just in terms of her ability to run uphill, the way her neck sets into her blade, and then the tone and shape she's got when I get my hands on her. Little different story. We got to change yours there in the build of her rear skeleton to make a switch. She gets just a little weaker on those rear pasterns. You can see her starting to lock that hock into place just a little bit more than what I would term ideal, but you do an excellent job getting one of the best 5th place animals we've seen so far shown today. Still got some good ones over here. I visited with those kiddos a little bit about what I liked and what we'd change. Put your hands together for an awesome class.
All right, we need our first and second breeding does from those first 7 classes to check in with Pam. First and seconds to go check in with Pam. We're about to bring in class 13 market ewes, so we need class 14 to come to the holding area and check in. As we get closer here and prepared to select our top 5 breeding does, I want to give out a shout out to some of our sponsors that have sponsored some of these prizes. Obviously, top 5 will get banners. The Showtimes has graciously provided us with banners for the Supreme and Reserve Doe. We also have a bottle for the parents of the champion and reserve champion breeding doe of the Cheyenne Livestock Expo whiskey, straight bourbon whiskey. We picked that barrel with Chad a couple months ago. So the parents of the champion and reserve will receive a bottle of this whiskey. You can go over to Pine Bluffs Distilling. They're set up over there, still serving drinks all day today. So head on over to Pine Bluffs Distilling booth, get yourself a drink before the grand drive of the breeding does, and watch an awesome set of does as we select our top 5. The champion doe will also receive a tumbler provided by Freeman Showbox, Sullivan's dealer over here.
Good way to get things rounded out, and boy, am I excited to get into overall doe drive. And I think this doe that wins this particular class, I think she does so quite handily, buddy. I think that's what a heavyweight doe should look like. Stout mug, good-eared, big-footed, awesome in terms of her chest, and still fresh. Good in terms of her shape and her texture, right on the backside of her blade and shoulder. Obviously, maybe just getting a little plain right there to the base and the crest of her neck, but I think it still ties right. She's still long and attractive, and I just love that thing's form. I love her head and I love her ear. I think an awesome place to start. I think it's just a little bit closer after that. I thought the young lady's doe here coming next in terms of just shape and composition. Her body design and style I thought was really, really good. She's not as stout. She's not as woofy and just dense as the one that wins. But I thought in terms of look, build, balance, comfort, and flexibility, while still maintaining the right shape and the right texture up high, made her an awesome place to sit right there in two. Mid-body forward, I really like your black-headed doe, buddy. She's got the skinny, sleek neck. She's got an awesome set and laid back right there to her blade and knee. I thought she was really good in terms of the way her forerib was put together and designed. Loin back, she gets a little steep and round out of her hip. Just doesn't handle her hind leg to the surface quite as good. This thing right here is real stout as you roll on the backside, big backed and round bodied. Right here though, we just got to make that one neater looking. She's just getting a little past her prime. She's a little short and crusty in terms of her neck, protruding just too much right there to the base of her chest and sternum. But roll around the backside, she's just got more bulk. She's just got more width and power. That's why she beats the doe right here. This doe is probably fresher to the front portion of her skeleton in terms of the base and the crest of her neck. To me though, she's just the flattest one in terms of shape and forerib design. Like where she's at in terms of her pin width and her underline. Just got to give her more aggressive shape out of the backside of her blade and shoulder. Open her up in terms of her forerib. Both these goats here that are going to go ahead and round out. They just got to balance up a shot better from the side. If you guys would, give these kids a nice round of applause. Excited to get into our grand overall doe drive.
All right, we're getting close here to having our grand drive of the breeding does. We do have some overlap showmen in our next class of market ewes with some does, so just be prepared that we're going to have just a slight break here so we can get through this breeding doe drive.
All right, we need our breeding does up here for the final drive. Breeding does for the final drive.
Another fun class I used to work through, and I think a really close decision amongst this top pair. They're a little different, and again, one of those pairs that if we could just push things together, I think we'd have a runaway winner. Ultimately, I think there's some differences in both of these sheep in terms of their balance, in terms of their skeleton. Step back off of them, again, ask myself, where's the bigger margin of difference? I think it's in true width of skeleton, body shape, and mass, and the young man's ewe that's going to win the class. She's a hard one to get put together whenever we're bracing her. I think whenever he shows that ewe down, corrects what her biggest flaw is, in my opinion, and that's how she manages her top line versus the 1 and 2. And I get that. And so if you sit ringside and say, hey, that blue one in second looks a little bit more your speed from the side, I wouldn't argue with you. But I still think this class winner is built incredibly good at her foundation. I think that one, even though she doesn't run uphill as good, is awesome in terms of her basic build. And to me, when you get up on top of this pair, there is no comparison. That one is so much wider wider, so much burlier in her body cavity, and that lays the groundwork for an exceptional shape. Awesome when you get in behind her. I need to pick her up in the front part of her body and naturally strengthen her spine a little bit more. That's where I really like this 1 and 2. And young man, you can get one put together as good as anybody. This one, to me, in terms of her ability to run uphill, her neck set, and how she handles her top line symmetry is more favorable. I guess when I get to this viewpoint and I study him in motion, she'll naturally drop her chest just a little bit relative to her flank, and so I don't know if she's got just a huge balance advantage. And then again, when you get up on this pair, this is where she gets beat. She's not as good in the turn of her rib. She's not as good in the shape to her back and how she progresses back to her pin bones, but a very, very good pair nonetheless. One that comes in 3, I think, gets to this point because not only is she really good from a muscularity and power standpoint, but I think that the levelness of her spine beats the 1 in 4. The build to her foundation beats the 1 in 5. Why she doesn't get up in the top pair is, to me, she doesn't hit you as hard from a look and presence standpoint. She's maybe got just a little bit more bark there over her forerib compared to the 2 right ahead of you, but that's still a very nice one to sit there in 3rd. One that comes in 3 is presented immaculately. Again, the young lady gets that one driving and presents that one extremely good from her hip forward. I want to tie into that one. She's tall fronted, good in her neck set, still got a good creasy back laid into her there. We got to change the way she's built there out of her dock. She wants to drop her pins a little bit in motion. That's a ewe that when we get behind her runs out of gas compared to the ones on either side of her, like the width of skeleton and the power, and the one that rounds out our top 5. That's why she gets to the front line. She's better than our 4th place ewe right here out of her dock, and how she carries her width from her pin bones to her hock to the ground. We got to change her at the base of her skeleton if we're going to run her any higher. That's one that, despite the fact she's chewed a little bit of leg wool out, she's too long and weak on her rear pasterns. She gets just a little more conventional in terms of her size for me. Like that one a great deal, and you do an exceptional job getting her presented. Congratulations on another good class.
All right, we're in the grand drive of our breeding does over here. We've got Ariana Lundgren first out of our Class 1. Brooklyn Jarakowski second out of Class 1. We've got Dayton Mortweed first in Class 2. Elizabeth Alberchet is second out of Class 2. Class 3, our first place doe is Brooklyn Jaratowski. Our second place doe is Addie Cortez. Class 4, our first place, Bella Campbell. Second place, Brooklyn Jaratowski. Class 5, we have first place Brooklyn Jaratowski. Second, we have Elena Barger. Class 6, we have first place Grace Baumgartner. Second, Lily Steek. Class 7, our first place doe is Bennett Gordon. Our second is Caitlin Meckelberg. And Class 8, I don't have, give it to me. We have Dylan Pittman. And second, we have Lily Steek. We'd like to thank everybody for coming and exhibiting. We've got an awesome set of does over here. It's been a great show all weekend. We really appreciate you guys bringing high-quality stock to us this weekend. As you guys pack up and head home, we would appreciate you just maybe picking up your trash and putting it in a trash can, cleaning up your area as you leave. We got to get this building turned over and cleaned up here in just a 2-day span, so that would help us tremendously. We would really appreciate it. But thanks for joining us. Safe travels home. All right. I don't have the name of the individual, but I do have a back tag number and a number clip up here at the announcer stand. Exhibitor 523. I've got your back tag number and your number clip up here at the announcer stand. Exhibitor 523.
Well, I don't want to hold up the sheep show too much, but I think this is pretty insane. This front line and second line, I think, are very, very good. And so I want to make sure I've got my head right. I want to make sure you guys know where my head's at. And so I'm going to go through and briefly talk about some first in just a couple seconds so you guys kind of know where I'm at. I thought Class 1 really good. I thought the young lady's paint dough that won, we talked about in terms of just bulk and feature. She is big in terms of her arm and her chest, and there was just more in terms of substance down low and just more as she's got right here in terms of body shape. Out here, I got to ask myself, is there enough to her comparative to a couple others? And I think you step off, you study her from the side, and to me, I just think she's a little off, and I don't know if it's her color pattern and the way that brown blends into the backside of her neck, which to me, she just looks off and high in terms of her chine, and her neck set doesn't look just right, and maybe I question that one in terms of depth of body from chine to chest long term as things progress. We talked about Class 2, man, that was spooky, wild, and weird. This thing that wins, I think, is absolutely a bad cat from the side. I don't know if I've ever seen one that's got that big of a forearm, that waspy of a neck, that sexy of an underline, and still that punchy behind. My biggest critic and my biggest question mark on her is right there. Can I call her stout enough in terms of her jaw? Is that one generational enough and going to go home and do what she needs to? I don't know. But this view right here, if you don't get behind it and you don't get in it, hey, we probably never going to be friends, and it's as simple as that. Hey, the paint dough that was second, that thing was rank. We talked about her skull, we talked about her ear, we talked about her chest and her arm, and her feature down low being absolutely dynamic and insane. She is rolled up, ripped up, and juicy in terms of the way she feeds right there out of the backside of her blade and shoulder. We talked about it. She's a little tight right there in the center of her back. She's not as neat in terms of the way her hind leg hits the surface as the doe that went ahead and beat her. But at the end of the day, she's a gamer. She's a contender to roll into this particular top 5. This class was good. I think this doe is nice. I don't think there's just a whole lot wrong with her. I don't know if there's just a whole lot that just punches me in the face. I think she's incredibly good up front in terms of her form, her chest, her neck. I think she's broad over her loin, big in terms of her pin. Out here, though, I think maybe just reads a little flatter right there in terms of her upper cage and forerib. I didn't know if just had the waspy, the wild, and just the outlandish look of a couple others, but I certainly think that doe's very, very good. I appreciate when showmen and crews behind the scenes listen to what I got to say, because this helps this doe a lot. I was a little worried that she'd come out here and look a little fragile, look a little frail in this particular drive. She does it now. I think it matches and it fits. I really like this goat in terms of the way her skeleton's put together. Her height, the shoulder, elevation, her comfort level in terms of mobility is as good as any. The setback angle to her blade and knee, her length of hip and range of motion is absolutely awesome. I love her shape. I love her texture. The way she feeds out of the backside of her blade and shoulder is absolutely incredible. At the end of the day, I get that we get the extra on and it makes it look better. Study your form and study your rear foot. I still got to ask myself, is there enough genuine foundation down there to match and to play out here in this particular deal? But I'm going to tell you, picturesque from the side, that one's very, very good. We talked about this class. I think this pair was really, really tough and different. We talked about this doe winning in terms of this feature, in terms of this balance. We thought she was better, although she splays. She toes out a little up front, and she's just a little plain in terms of her neck and the base of her chest and her sternum. I still thought comparative to the doe that was second, she was sounder in terms of her knee. She was more appropriate in terms of her length of hip and just the way her hind leg hits the surface. She looks the part out here from the side. Right here again, as we talked about a couple others, I got to ask myself in terms of forerib, in terms of rib cage design? Is that one grizzly? Is that one bold enough? And can I live with the way she looks in terms of her neck and chest and where her front feet hit the surface? This doe out here, she's a real nice doe. To me, she looks like one young lady can take home. She's going to do real good. That's a stout melon, big set of running gear down low, and she is big, fat, and juicy in terms of her back. Out here, she probably looks a little general, just a little common and plain. She's the crestiest one. And so out here, I question if she's got a shot to get in the top 5. I got to say, is her throat latch good enough? Is that one's crest of her neck good enough? Is she as wild and waspy as a couple others? But in terms of this feature, in terms of bulk and density, thought that one was real good. This class right here was absolutely bad to the bone, and I've got a late flight tonight, and so I'm sure on the plane ride home, I'm going to think and talk about this class quite a bit, because I think it was so unique and so different. We talked about there was 4 absolute hammers in that particular class, and if I brought one of those 4 to the Cheyenne Livestock Expo, I was going to walk around with my chest pumped out thinking I was going to win the fair. But we talked about the problem was they were all absolutely so different, and so it made it very, very challenging. We said the one we landed on, she meshed. She blended those 3 behind her together in terms of feature, in terms of build and balance, soundness, flexibility, and genuineness. Out here, I still think that thing looks like an absolute gamer. She's got big paws. She's drop dead gorgeous from the side. Her smoothness and her balance is so good. We talked about the black-headed doe. I get it. She's not going to be everybody's speed, but man, there's just something about that thing that just gets me turned on and fired up. She is absolutely wild in terms of her body shape. Her shape and her texture up high is absolutely beautiful. I don't know if there has been a piece of livestock that has walked through the ring when I judged the ewe show or the doe show that is that genuine in terms of shape, that genuine in terms of body contour and design of rib cage. I wish she had just a little bit bigger feet, and I wish she just was a little waspier looking up front. But man, she is still jet level down her back, paints the right picture. She's moving a little better out here. Maybe got a little attitude adjustment. I think her hind leg, I'm more comfortable with it out here in this particular deal. Definitely a gamer, definitely a contender. This thing that wins the last class, I told Buddy, I like his goat. Up front, she's got a beautiful head, beautiful ear, big front foot and forearm. Maybe she's a little dingier in terms of her hair comparative to a couple others, but I think in terms of feature, in terms of balance and flexibility, I thought that doe was really, really good. Like I said, they're absolutely wild. They're absolutely insane. That's where my head's at. I want to thank Dylan, his crew, and his family one last time for the opportunity. It's truly been an absolute blast to come here into Cheyenne. I thought the youth show yesterday was wickedly good. Hey, they told me you're only going to have 8 classes of does. I was a little nervous, but I tell you, I don't care if there was 3 classes. When they all come out in each of these classes and look like this, it's fun and it's impressive. This one will certainly be a check mark off the bucket list for me, and I'll tell you, this is the wildest and the wackiest set of does that I'm ever going to have the chance to put together, and I'd say it'll be a long while before I have the opportunity to do it again. Again, they don't all look the same, but man, I think they're really, really good. I want to thank the crew back home one last time for holding down the fort. Mom, she's watching my dog Scooter. I'm sure he's absolutely being a terror, but he'll have about 5 new toys and probably about 3 baths, and so he's living the good life while I'm on the road. I can't thank my parents enough. They let me live these wild and crazy dreams, and if it wasn't for them, I couldn't do it. I know there's days they want to kick me out of the house and kick me to the curb and call me crazy, but they continue to support me, and they continue to be in my corner. I can't thank them enough, and I can't thank the boys enough for continuing to support me and let me live my dreams when things get tough. They pick me up no matter what happens. They're going to make sure I'm still on top of the world, and so I can't thank them guys enough for everything they do. It's amazing when you face adversity in your life, the people that'll come into your life and the people that'll bring the Lord into your life, and it's amazing what it can do for you. I can tell you, about a year ago today, I took a gigantic risk in my life, and I regretted every single day that I did it, but at the end of the day, I have become the best friends with some of the greatest guys because of that. And you'll learn, take the risk in life, kids. No matter if it works out or if it doesn't. If it doesn't work out, you're going to find your people that are going to be with you for the rest of your life. And that is the beauty of it. Hey, and if it does work out in your favor, that's absolutely awesome. But at the end of the day, you've got to take the risk. You've got to take the chance, because you'll never find the people that are going to be with you through thick and thin through this whole deal. So take the risk in life, no matter what anybody says. Hey, if you guys would, we've got a beautiful crowd around ringside. You guys need to absolutely pump it up for the kids here in Cheyenne. We're going to put together an absolutely bad to the bone set of top 5 does.
Congratulations to our champion breeding doe, exhibited by Bennett Gordon. Congratulations to our reserve champion breeding doe, Caitlin Mecklenburg. Third overall, Dayton Mordtweet out of Class 2. Fourth overall goes to Elizabeth Alberchett. And fifth overall goes to Bella Campbell. Congratulations. Thank you for bringing us an awesome set of does. All right, we're ready to roll in here to our next class of market ewes. All right, so we are on class 14 market ewes. We need class 15 to come over and check in. Class 15 market ewes to check in. If you were in the top 5 this weekend in these shows, you can go to the Livestock office before you head out and get your checks. Pam will be over there. You'll have to bring your social security number so you can fill out your W-9, but she will be over there handing out checks in the Livestock office for our top 5 exhibitors. I want to take an opportunity to thank all of our ring help here today. Everybody in the hog, the sheep, and the goat rings. It's awesome to have people that volunteer their time to come out here. I want to thank some of the local FFA chapters for helping us set up all of the pins over the last couple of days and getting the small animal pins set up, mats down and everything like that. So thank you to the local FFA chapters here in Laramie County for helping us out with that big task.
All right, again, if you are a top 5 exhibitor in either the breeding or the market shows throughout the weekend, we do have checks at the show office. Pam is heading over to the show office now, so if our doe exhibitors want to go grab checks, or our market hog exhibitors, if you guys want to go grab checks, she will be over there for those. Also, I know that everyone was super interested in the sweatshirts, so interested that we sold out over the cattle shows. And then we also sold out when we restocked before the sheep and the goats in the hog weekend. So if you are interested in purchasing a sweatshirt or a hat still, there will be a store that is online, and the link will be shared on our Facebook page. So if you're still interested in purchasing one of those sweatshirts or hats, feel free to get on to the online store, which that link will be available this afternoon. Class 15 market ewes, class 15 market ewes. I need you guys in the check-in area.
Good class here, and a nice top pair that I think these two surface because as we get into some heavier weights in our market U division, they're at a decided advantage in terms of freshness and composition. The better balanced one's the young lady sheep that wins the class. If we could make her maybe just a nickel longer and leveler in her rump, I think lights out amongst this group because she runs uphill, carries her head high. That is a big back, and I think a silhouette that still is very, very good. She's more correct in her natural flank line progression than the one that comes in second. I like how she carries her neck and the angle of her shoulder and where her forearm and front foot come to the surface a little better. Nice one to go ahead and get us started. One that comes in two, I think awesome when you get right on top of her and beats the ones behind her just in terms of the freshness of her body cavity. The shape she works behind her blade is way, way good. That's another one that when you get her parked, I think awesome in terms of her balance. Runs uphill still the way they need to. I like the coloration she's got to her feature. One that when we start comparing her to our class winner, as we turn them loose, I don't know if she's naturally as good in the way her lower blade sits onto her body. She'll open up just a little bit, deepen in her chest and tighten in her flank in motion, so her balance maybe doesn't stay the same, but a very, very nice one to sit there in second. Thought a close decision between 3 and 4, a little different speeds. The one that comes in third, just a little more how I like them in terms of maturity pattern, length, and extension. That's a skinny neck on top of a really neat and tidy blade, even better than the one that sits ahead of her there. That's a ewe that I think when you get your hands on her, starting to get just a little bit far gone in terms of cover over her body wall. As we turn them loose, she gets to tighten in her spine a little bit. Need her to use her rear leg just a nickel better, but I love the front third of that one skeleton when we get them parked. I think has a lot of quality. Little boxier, denser made ewe that comes here in fourth. I like that about her. She's probably better in the way she uses her hip and her rear leg as we turn them loose. I get on the outside, and that's the smallest statured one in this class. Little quicker looking. Needs to fix her right there in her loin and wants to pick up in her dock. And again, like the one in front of her, she's got muscle, but we get on top of her. That one's blander in her back. She's pushing more over her body wall. Just need to freshen her up a little bit more. Still a very nice one. We round out the class with one, a little bigger outline, a little taller shouldered kind of a deal. Like that a great deal. To me, she gets just a nickel tight in the center part of her spine. Doesn't have the same kind of foundational width or muscularity as some of those ahead of her. We turn her loose. I like how she carries her head. Need to stouten that one up here in a heavyweight class. Good group of them there. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
All right, in the ring now on the sheep side, we have a class 15, which is our final class of the Market U's. I need all of our firsts and seconds from our Market U division to be making their way up to the holding area. Again, our firsts and seconds from the Market U division, please be making your way up to the holding area.
Killer good pair to finish our last class in the Market U division. I think both of them are really high quality, very well presented. Little differences between the pair of them. Our class winner, maybe we'll talk about where she falls to a disadvantage to the one in second. But again, one of those pairs where I say these two are both immensely high quality. I think they both have the kind of build, the kind of skeleton that you got to find, or at least that I try to find. And so the bigger difference maker is the one that wins the class here as we finish out the Market U division. There's just so much more of her. That one, in terms of foundational width, is wider at her chest, wider from behind, and that facilitates an awesome turn to her body. She's the bigger pin, bigger reared one that when you get your hands on them is fresher in her skin, better in her back shape, cleaner in the way that she sits right there from her loin into her hip. She's a little bit of a knothead in motion, probably not as unique as our second place ewe in terms of neck set and depth right there at the base of her sternum. You just take a picture of them. This one here in 2 is exactly my speed. I love those things about her. Relative to our class winner, she probably carries her front skeleton just a nickel better when we turn them loose. To me, this one's not as fresh in terms of her hide. You get in behind her, and she's the narrower backed one that's a little staler here at her loin edge, narrows up to her pin set, and when you take her to the ground in a close decision between quality ewes, that's what makes it for me. That's a nice pair. One that comes here in third, I think, again, in terms of this weight, still being really nice in regards to her skin texture and composition, is very, very good. good. Comes in a few more pieces. When I get off to the side, I need to simmer her down there in the middle of her spine, clean her up in her loin, and drop her in her flank. But I thought she was better in the way she's built in her blade and her neck attachment than the one that's going to come in fourth. Another one that, again, composition, you've managed this one extremely well, young lady, and I think has some advantages even over the one that beat you, in particular her rear leg. Another one that needs to be softened in her flank and transition cleaner in her top line. More importantly, that one's just a little longer about her blade and deeper in her sternum. Finish out our top 5 with one that's got some muscle, just a little too soft over her body wall today. Same could be said for the Blue that rounds us out. Good class to finish us here in this division. Compliment those kids if you would. Well, a fun Market U division that we had to work through here, and I thought we started in good fashion. Class 2's where things really started to heat up. I thought a nice pair of lighter weight U's that have a lot of future to them. I think the Blue U there has a ton of quality from the side. I love her silhouette. I love how she carries herself in motion. If you want a little more punch in the 1 and 2, certainly wouldn't argue with you. This was a nice pair from a good solid class. That's a really big back in the young man's class winner. Real pretty one on the far side. Do they put it all together amongst this lineup? That's the question I got to ask myself. We picked both of them apart in a place or two. Still really nice sheep. I thought this was a killer good pair that the Blue U kind of prevailed. That one, in terms of just at this stage of her life, I think still looks youthful and fresh and juvenile. I love her body turn. I love her skin texture. I love the shape she's got. She handles herself better in motion than the one that she beat there in class. We picked on her right there out of her hip ever so slightly. I love the build to her front skeleton. The coloration feature and composition of the young man's second place over there is ultra good. Pick on that one in motion in terms of her front end just a little bit more. Just finished with a really good top pair. One that wins that class is so fresh, so good to the touch, and still parks with an awesome look from the side. Is she the most exotically shallow, short-bladed one of this lineup? Maybe not, but I think balance is really good. Where we really picked on her is I wish she'd grab another gear and go, pick her head up a little higher when we turn her loose, and that's where that second place, I think, is off the charts good. Her skin texture needs to be better. She needs to be bulkier and fresher in her loin edge and have more substance when I get in behind her, but I like that pair a great deal as well. So good group of them here as we finalize our U division. Put your hands together for them, and I'll go show you my favorites.
All right, we just got done with our Market U drive. So we need Class 1. Blackface Cross Market Lambs checked in the holding area. It's a small class based off of weights, so then we will move to Class 17 after that. So we need Class 17 to also be coming up to the holding area and getting checked in. We will do a lightweight division after Class 20 of the Blackface Cross Market Lambs.
I think those are right.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Congratulations to our champion Market U lamb exhibitor, Elizabeth Alberchet, and reserve Dally Horrocks.
Here in our first class, this division, we're going to leave these two in the order that they stand. The young lady up front's got our class winner. I think this look right here is where he does it. That's a tall-shouldered, good-looking kind of sheep, balances the way they're supposed to, and I think at this stage of his life, his maturity, that one reads with enough width, enough body shape. I wish he could settle his spine down just a little bit when we turn him loose. That's where the young lady sheep in second probably has him beat. That one is really comfortable, really loose constructed on both ends of his skeleton. You get off to this viewpoint here, and he's a little deeper about his chest and plainer in how he comes together from the side. Don't know if he's as hard and aggressive in terms of his shape at this stage of the game either, but a good pair that have a lot of gas left in the tank for those young ladies. Let's congratulate them if you would.
All right, Class 17, Blackface Cross Market Lambs need to be checking in. Class 17, Blackface Cross Market Lambs. All right, Class 17, we need TJ Rumsey's Blackface Cross Market Lamb to the holding area. All right, Class 17, we need TJ Rumsey. TJ Rumsey to the holding area. We need Class 18 Blackface Cross Market Lambs. Class 18 Blackface Cross Market Lambs checking in the holding area. Again, we need Class 18 Blackface Cross Market Lambs checking in the holding area.
A good lightweight class here, and at this weight, this stage, there's so many differences out here and a lot of forecasting to be done. I take what's given to me today, and I think there's a pair of sheep that from just a substance and dimension and power standpoint are more than good enough in that regard. There's some differences in their skeleton. There's some differences in how they balance. The one that runs uphill a little bit more, who's silhouette, if you just take a screenshot here from the side, fits me the best is the young man's one up front. I'd like to change his hind leg just a little bit in motion, not not going to tell you he'll ever be the biggest, burliest, stoutest thing, but he's got a good tone to his rack. He's got a good turn to his body, runs uphill the way I like to see him. I think he handles his mid-body and his rear skeleton in terms of length of step a little better than the one that comes in 2, even though I like the posture of this one's hind leg a little better. Young Lady's Sheep in 2nd is presented incredibly good. I like that one in terms of his rib cage, in terms of his bulk and spread. Gets a little funky right there at his loin and out of his hip. Gets a little more limited in his step off both ends as we turn him loose, but I thought there was more horsepower today and long-term in him than the one that comes next. Young Lady's Sheep in 3rd, as we get him out, prance him around, might be my favorite. He's high-headed, good spine, really flexible and comfortable in his hip and hind leg. I've got a problem with the fact that of this lineup, he's got the most condition on him at this stage of the game. You got to ask yourself when you get behind him, is there just enough to him? And that's what gets him beat in this lineup. But I thought as we turned him loose and we studied their balance and squareness and trueness of skeleton, he was a little more my speed than the Young Lady's stouter sheep that's going to come in 4th. This one's got a bigger rack. He's more blown apart at the base of his skeleton, got a bigger pin set laid into him. That's one that I've got some balance features I need to change from the side when we talk about his underline. More importantly, I got to strengthen his rear foot, square his hock up as he goes away, then we can make that switch. I thought a close decision between 3 and 4. One that rounds out the class, hip forward, I think is really nice, runs uphill, got a good texture to his rack and his muscle there, like his underline symmetry. It's his rear skeleton I got to modify. Gets too short and round in his hip, little excessive in the set to his hind leg. Good class there. Again, congratulations to all those kids.
All right, now entering the ring, we've got Class 18, Blackface Cross Market Lambs. We need Class 19, Blackface Cross Market Lambs. So please come and check in the holding area. Class 19. Class 19 market lambs, you need to come in and check in the holding area. We're waiting for Madison Wynn.
Kind of a tough class to put together here. There's parts and pieces all the way down our front line that I say, hey, that's what we need, but I wish that we had maybe one that just put it all together. I think there's differences in maturity, there's differences in readiness today, and so that does make it tough. Ultimately, this top pair, I think, while not perfect, and we could still pick them apart, to me had the least obvious faults, and I think do things very right. The sheep that's going to win the class, I'll be the first to tell you, needs to manage his spine naturally a little more comfortable. He'll get just a little loose right there behind his blade, but I think when you get them parked, when you study them here and they're put together, that sheep to me is the best in his blade set. He's the shallowest and best in the turn of his rib cage. I love that guy in terms of the way that he drops that muscle down to the base of his leg and how that helps his silhouette. These young ladies get off of him. I get in front of him. I think this sheep is built wider through his chest, neater in his sternum, squarer in his knee, really big when you get in behind him. We could stouten him up in his bone work. We could lean him up just to nickel over his body wall and fix the way he's built right here. But I like that sheep still to go ahead and be our class winner. There's attributes in the 1 and 2 young lady I want to tie to. His top line integrity and how he manages his upper line, whether they're parked or in motion, is truly better. I love that about him. You do a great job of getting that sheep to present himself. I love his neck attachment. I love his top line symmetry. That's one that's kind of deceiving because from the outside, I didn't think he was going to be as stout, and he probably isn't as big right here, but that one's got an awesome turn and ditch running right there over his rack, and I dig that. I get off of him. I ask the young ladies to step out of him. To me, he's deeper from his chine to his chest. Get in front of him. He's narrower at his chest and comes in at his knee, not as athletic in terms of his body shape, and then a little extra in the set to his hind leg. I thought a close decision, really nice pair that they have there. Sheep that comes here next, if we could fix that guy right there in his hip today and manage his spine a little better in motion, then I think he starts playing with our top pair, because when the young man gets him parked, I think there's a lot of future, a lot of potential in that one. To me, his neck set, his sternum placement is so good. That's a round rib, big hipped kind of a sheep. As we turn him loose, he wants to duck his neck, he wants to tighten in his spine and roll out of his hip ever so slightly. That's why he gets snuck down the line, but I think a good one nonetheless. My favorite one of our front line to get my hands on is the one here in 4. That thing is crisp and good in terms of his back, really big right there out of his hip. That's a sheep that to me in motion just has to be better in the front part of his skeleton. He's too straight and open in his blade. His neck doesn't sit into his shoulder quite good enough for me. Not the case for the one that rounds out the top 5. If we could give this guy a little more substance and horsepower, then I think we're talking about you being up towards the front of this class, because right here I love that one in terms of his front end posture and his silhouette. He's just a little too frail down low, little too flat. When I get right to this viewpoint here to make the call, he's got enough of this group, but I think a high quality one nonetheless. Good class there. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
All right, class 19 is coming in the ring. We need class 20, Blackface Cross Market Lambs, to come to the holding area and get checked in. Class 20, Blackface Cross Market Lambs, holding area and check in. Class 20, Blackface Cross Market Lambs to the holding area and check in. Class 20. Following Class 20, we will have our first and seconds from those first 5 classes. Coming back into the holding area, we'll do a lightweight division drive for the Blackface Crosses after Class 20.
Another competitive group, lightweight sheep here, and I think deep class in terms of quality as well. These top three are the ones that, in my opinion, are the best as we turn them loose and study their skeleton. Young ladies class winner, you get that guy parked. I love that one, Silhouette. I think he runs uphill better than the one that comes in two. He's a little neater at the front side of his shoulder, a little shallower from his chine to his chest. One that I think you get him parked and has a quality kind of look and backs it up with some real substance. Is he the absolute biggest one when you get on top of him? Maybe not. Could he manage his hip just a little bit better as we turn him loose? Probably. Right there's why I like that sheep to win. I thought the one that came in second, you talk about density at his foundation and correctness in terms of feet and joints, really, really good. I love that guy at the ground. I like how he maintains the levelness out of his dock and the utilization of his hind leg, maybe even just a bit better than our class winner. Got this one presented to a T. To me, that's a sheep that you start reading him in terms of the turn of his body. He's a little deeper right there, got a little more on the front side of his scapula. Peel that extra flank out. He's a little out of balance down low. That's what gets you beat, young man, but I think a very, very nice one to sit there in second. Sheep that comes in third, if we could freshen that one up just a little bit more, he maybe starts to play with our top pair a little bit because I think that one, in terms of the way his neck sits into his blade, the angle of his shoulder, and the progression that guy has from his forward back to his flank is very, very good. You get up on top of him. I think that one's a little more fragile in his forearm and his foot size. He closes up in his rib cage, gets a little staler right here at his loin edge, and runs out of steam when you get in behind him. Young lady does a great job getting that one presented. Sheep that comes here next, if we could just take a picture of him, I think that one starts to work his way on up the line. He runs uphill. He's more aggressive in the texture and roll to his rib cage and muscle than the sheep right ahead of you, young lady. The challenge I have with this one is just not good enough. When we turn him loose, he gets too tight in his spine, won't let his neck out. We fix those things about him, and then I think he runs up in this class. You do an excellent job getting him presented as well. Kind of a tough one to get shown here that the young lady stuck it out with. A sheep that I think is more moderate, boxy, chunky, bulky kind of a weather, that when you get right here, while he may not be the fanciest looking one, everything still matches the way it's supposed to. For this particular judge, we got to make him have a little more bend and give to his hock. We got to pick him up in the front part of his body and make him just a little more athletic looking on the go. But I think wide constructed, big rib sheep that she does a great job sticking with and getting him presented out here. Nice job.
All right, now in the ring, we will have Class 20 Blackface Cross Market Lambs. This will be our first call for Class 21. We will have a lightweight division before we have 21, so no rush on the 21. But I do need all of our class winners and seconds out of our lightweight division to be making their way up to the holding pen. All right, I want to give another shout out to Pine Bluffs Distilling over there. It doesn't look like there's a line, so if you want to head on over and get one of their signature drinks over at Pine Bluffs Distilling, they are a sponsor from the very beginning of the Cheyenne Livestock Expo. They sponsor barrels as supreme prizes during the Cattle Week. And then throughout this weekend, we have been giving the champion and reserve champion parents of those exhibitors and animals throughout the weekend. So we know that the parents do a lot to get these kids here and ready, and it's just a way of us to show some appreciation to them. And it definitely is a unique advantage that Pine Bluffs Distilling allows us to have. So make sure you head on over to the tent and support them. And I need our class winners from our lightweight division to be making their way to the check-in area. I need our class winners from the first division of our Blackface crosses, our lightweights. You guys need to be making your way up to the holding area. That's 16, 17, 18. You guys need to be 16, 17, 18, 19. Need to be making your way up to the holding area if you are first or second.
we've got a really, really good class. I think one of the deepest that we've had so far today, especially as we get here to the top end. I think a trio of sheep that are killer good. There's some good differences amongst them. I guess to me, if I'm going to try to stay true to the theme and the things that I've looked for throughout the rest of the show today, finding sheep that hold themselves together in motion, that carry themselves the way that I personally think a poised, high-quality show sheep is supposed to. That's why this one up front is our class winner, because of the field, that is the best one in terms of head carriage, the best one in terms of how he manages his spine all the way out to his tail. You get him parked here from the side, and I think he balances good. Is he the most extreme when you get in behind him or get on top of him? Maybe not. I still think he's good enough in that regard. The turn to his body is good. He still gets bigger back to his pin bones. Is he the creasiest in terms of his muscle? Probably not, but I think that's a quality sheep to go ahead and get us started. I probably had a tougher time deciding between 2 and 3, and ultimately the young lady sheep in second, I think, just more closely mirrors our class winner when we talk about natural head carriage, angle to their blade, and the way that their forerib lays into their body. This is a sheep that, to me, when you get him parked here, has a killer good look. We turn him loose, and I wish he stayed leveler out of his dock. He wants to duck his pins ever so slightly. I don't know if he's quite as proud and as juvenile looking in his neck, but I like the roll to his body. His skin texture is a little better than our class winner even. More importantly, versus the one in third, I think he's got more slope built into his blade. I think his lower body sits up into him just a little bit better, and that's why he ends up here in second. Sheep in third is presented to a T. My compliments to the young lady on absolutely getting everything she can out of this one. This is one of them cases where, again, I think this sheep stopped. I like a lot of things about. I like his white feature. I like the softness back into his rear abdomen. When you get on top of this top trio, he's without question the squarest and the most aggressive and the hardest in terms of his back shape. I love that about him. When we turn that guy loose, I think because he's a little more forward in his blade, because he's a little deeper from the top side of his chine to the base of his sternum, he doesn't balance as good as we kick him out and get him on the go. That's what sifts him down into a really competitive third, high-quality sheep nonetheless. I thought the sheep that came here in fourth, young lady's got one that is really good from a composition standpoint. His hide and his skin is dialed in as good as you could make one. I like the progression of his width. One that, again, you get him parked, and I think that guy can piece together in motion. It's a little more no-go for me. He wants to deepen up front relative to his flank, got a little extra set to a frailer hind leg. Outline of our fifth-place sheep is probably a little better. I think there might have been a day a couple weeks ago, young lady, I'd be switching that pair. I love your sheep's neck set. I love how short his shoulder is, and I think the way he is built in his lower body symmetry is very, very good. Of this grouping, though, he's the blandest. When we get right on top of him, I need him to be leaner over his body wall, fresher in his skin and shape, and get a little bigger out to his dock to go ahead and slide him on up higher. Fun class there. Let's put our hands together. Congratulate these kids on an excellent job.
All right, now entering the ring is our lightweight division of our Blackface cross drive. I need Blackface Cross, class 21, to be making their way up to the holding area. Blackface Cross, class 21. You guys should be in the holding area.
It's been a good lightweight division, and I know that we got 2 more to go, and so want to keep the ball rolling. But this is any indication of what this crossbred division will be like. I think going to be a treat, and so my compliments to the kids here in this division. We're not going to go through and talk about all of them. You've heard me ramble long enough today. There's ultimately, in my opinion, kind of a trio it comes down to, and it all starts with the young lady sheep that wins Class 3. Like we talked in that particular grouping, you get them parked right here. I think that one's got a very high-quality silhouette. I love that sheep runs uphill so well. I love where his neck sets into his blade, how his underline progresses. A sheep that I think is more than adequate in terms of substance and power. Is he the biggest, burliest, manliest one out here? Maybe not. We commented in class. That's a sheep that I think she can put together really well as we turn him loose. He'll get just a little funky in how he manages his top line. He'll tighten in his loin ever so slightly, roll out of his dock just a little bit. I think his flexibility and reach out of his rear leg is good, but he is just a little awkward in how he handles that. But one that when you get right here and you study him, I love that sheep from the outside. Like we mentioned, is he the biggest one right here out of his dock? Is he the most aggressively shaped? Maybe not. I think he's high quality. The other 2 I'm thinking on are the 2 that come out of this class. I think that this is a pair that as we start finding, a trio that we're going to get to work through and bring back later. Sheep that won that class, I love, even though he's not the quickest stepping one, how everything stays together in motion. He's neat and tidy in his sternum. He's deep back to his flank. I love how he manages his spine and his tailhead as we get him out in motion. Like we talked in class, that's not just the burliest one. In particular, when I get right here, he'll close up just a little bit more from his hock to the ground than some of them. He's not just the creasiest in terms of his back shape, but I think hard and still athletic looking. I like a lot of things about the sheep over there that was second to him as well. Catches your eye because of his color and feature. I think that's a big ribbed, big pinned one that probably leaves me with just a little more punch than what the one that beat him does. We talked about that sheep in motion. He gets a little weird in how he handles his loin, and he too wants to duck out of his pins. I wish we could separate and square him up from his hock to the ground, but I love his body shape. I love his neck set. I think that's a really good one as well. So I think a close decision. We're gonna bring a few back here as we go to pick them here in a little bit. Let's congratulate these kids on bringing us a nice set of lightweights. I'll go show you the ones I like.
Our champion lightweight is exhibited by Brock Morvet. All right, again, we will be bringing back 3 out of our lightweight division. 3 out of our lightweight division will come back for our Blackface cross drive. First, our champion lightweight was Brock Morvat. Our reserve champion lightweight was Madison Macha. And our third overall lightweight Blackface was exhibited by Havana Mickelson. Now entering the ring, we have class 21 Blackface Market Lambs. This is our first class in our middleweight division. That means that this is our first call for class 22 to start making your way up to the holding area. Class 22, please start making your way up to the holding area.
As we start this middleweight division, I think a good class, but one that is just a little tougher to get put together. Again, lots of differences, and I think a class that if you try to study them and place them on the lap, which is something that's real important to me, gets a little tough to do because there's differences in how they're built, there's differences in how they move. Ultimately, our class winner, in my opinion, balance is good enough, has enough punch, enough freshness to go ahead and be our class winner. Fix him right there in the way his loin hip hooks up, but I think beyond that, that's the shallowest, most youthful and best one in terms of his rib cage and body. He gets bigger back to his pin bones. He touches and handles with immense amount of freshness. And even though he's a little short stepping, I think that one still holds himself together. The most ideal, in my opinion, is we turn him loose. Like a lot of things about the young lady sheep in second, I thought this pair was just presented a little fresher, a little better in terms of their skin. And that's what I like about this one too. A sheep that runs uphill, a sheep that I think in terms of his feet and leg structure is functional. One that we probably don't get enough drive and brace to keep his top line in him. Sheep that reads just a nickel more mature in the front part of his body than our class winner. He'll get a nickel straighter there in his hock the longer he wants to stand, but I thought he had more true width of skeleton, body shape, and was a little fresher than the one that's going to come in third. This is the high-headed one, and his front end is exactly the way I like him to be made. Runs uphill in motion. That sheep carries his head really high. To me, from there back, he's still got a couple skeletal things. I need to change him out of his dock and how he uses his hind leg with a little extra set. More importantly, of our initial grouping here, I thought he was the narrowest and the flattest in terms of his rib cage. That's what lands him there in the third place hole. Sheep that comes in fourth can park with a really nice look. I like his handle quality. I like his balance when we get him driving really hard. That's a sheep you turn him loose and his neck set and shoulder placement becomes a little more evident. Got a little extra set to his hind leg as well. Mid-body back, there's a lot of good in the young lady sheep that comes here in five. Soft back into his flank, big and wide out of his hip. One that's got a big old barrel rib cage on him too. Again, little deeper and more generic in the way that his lower body's constructed. Little shorter in his rump when you get off to this viewpoint here. Good class of them again. My compliments to those kids.
All right, I need Ellie and Madison for class 22 crossbreds. Ellie and Madison, class 22 is about to enter the ring. Second call, class 22 Blackface cross, or class 23 Blackface cross. Second call, class 23 Blackface cross.
think a group sheep that probably just falls together, in my opinion, a little more logically. Lots of good ones, lots of differences again, but the one that wins the class, I think we get him out, we circle him. That's where he kind of trumps his partners out here. Level him out of his hip ever so slightly, but I think that's a tall-fronted, high-headed, good-looking kind of show sheep that handles with a ton of expression and shape, parks with the right kind of look here. I think he's just more athletic as we turn him loose in the young lady sheep that's going to be second. We get this one parked, and the reason he's up here at the top and does so pretty quickly is because he's the other one that reads youthful in his body, reads youthful in his look, his skull, his shape all match. The reason he can't beat the class winner young lady is as we turn him loose, he'll get a little tighter in his spine, doesn't just get out and go quite the same, but I think parks with a nice look, and I like his freshness a little better than the rest of the field. Case of the big legs here, and the one that comes in third, I love that guy at the ground in terms of substance and durability. I think a sheep that isn't at a shortage of muscle to go along with it. I get off to this viewpoint here, and he's starting to read just a little bit older, in my opinion, in terms of his body. Wants to deepen there and lengthen in terms of his blade. Doesn't back it up with enough when you get right in behind him. But I like that guy at his foundation a little better than the one that's going to come third. This one probably does handle just a little better over his body wall. He's so fresh in his skin. He's so good in his touch. We get off to this viewpoint, and when I catch that guy not driving his hardest, he gets too off in his spine, loose there in his loin, and then a sheep that he himself needs to be picked up there at the base of his sternum. I thought a really muscular sheep to round out our top five. That guy's got a big back and a big old caboose on him. Not quite right in his blade and his knee, and that consequently doesn't allow him to use his head and neck quite good enough in motion. But I like a lot of things about him because at this stage of the game, I think he outhorses some of the ones we got right there behind him. Good class again. Put your hands together for all those kids.
Okay, class 23. I need Tessa Henderson. Tessa Henderson, please be making your way to the holding area. Tessa Henderson. This is the first call for class 24. First call, class 24, Blackface Market Lambs. While I see that the hogs are over there at the backdrop, the hog show has concluded. We want to thank Whitney and Krisha for putting that together and all of their volunteers that they have over there. We wish all of our hog exhibitors safe travels, and please be respectful as you load out. If you've got any trash, if you would take the time to throw that trash away for us. Congratulations to all those exhibitors, and I still need Tessa Henderson. This is your final call. Your class is entering the ring. Tessa Henderson. All right, this is the first call, class 24. First call, class 24. So at the conclusion of the show, we will select a top 5 market lamb. There's 2 coming back from our Whiteface division. There'll be 2 representatives from our Speckled face division, as well as our Southdowns. And then we'll have a top 3 coming out of our naturals. This is the second call, class 24. Second call, class 24. In the ring now, we have Class 23. This is our final call, Class 24. You need to be making your way up to the holding area. I encourage everyone to go visit our friends over at Pine Bluffs Distilling. They've been sponsors since the very beginning of our show. They were with us last week during the cattle show, and here again this weekend. We will be giving the parents of our reserve champion market lamb a bottle of the Cheyenne Livestock Expo labeled whiskey. All right. Again, I need all of our Class 24 exhibitors, Class 24 Blackface crosses. I need you guys in the holding area. I'll take a second to introduce our grand champion sponsors. Tall Grass, Visit Cheyenne, Pine Bluffs Distilling, Cheyenne Kubota, Tenco LLC, and Equipment Share. We really appreciate the effort that our local community spends and invests in our show, whether it's the open show or the youth show. We've definitely got a ton of support in the community.
think another deep class, but again, another one of those classes that depending on what you want to prioritize, you could line these things up a little differently. Parts and pieces all the way throughout that I think are really good. The young lady sheep that's going to win this class, admittedly, probably didn't just hit me as hard right off the bat. She got that guy to kind of cooperate, settle down, and get a good look at him. I think he does things amongst this lineup that are the most unique. You get off of this set of sheep and you study just shortness of blade, where their body sits into them, how they progress in terms of their underline, and then just shape, athleticism. I think he does all those to a really high degree. To me, him versus the sheep in second, he's stronger at his rear feet. He's shorter about his blade. He's more aggressive in the way that guy turns out of his rib cage. I think he's clean and tidy in his sternum. He's seamless in his top line. Got a little extra set to his hock at the same time, and he doesn't maybe just grab another gear and go quite as much as some of those that come behind him, but she does a great job getting that guy presented. I think he's dynamic looking. I think he's crazy in terms of his back shape and his tone and texture. Like him to go ahead and win the class. The sheep that comes in two, I think one that gets out and goes, and Boogie's just a little bit quicker. I like that about him, and to me, compared to the rest of the field, he was the other one that looked like the way I want him to piece together from the side. He's neat and tucked up in his forerib. He's deep back to his flank. I think relative to the one that comes in third, he's longer and leveler out of his dock. To me, why he gets beat is I asked these two to get off of him. I don't know if he naturally sets his neck into the top of his blade quite as good as our class winner. He gets a little spread in those rear toes and wants to weaken on that pastern. I need to strengthen him in that regard, and then he probably still isn't just as crazy when you get your hands on him. Right here and right here is that winner, but I think a high-quality sheep that the young lady gets everything she can out of him, parks with the kind of look they need to. This sheep that comes next, I think at his foundation's built really good. He's stout, toes square ahead. He's stronger on his rear foot than the one that comes right ahead of him. I had to ask myself, is he just crazy looking enough from the outside when we get into the class where the water's this deep? I think he gets a little round and short in his rump. To me, he's the deepest in the way that his body is laid into him. I like that guy a great deal from his knee and his hock to the ground as we get him out and we study him in motion. That's what kept him up here towards the top. Sheep that comes next, kind of an interesting one that I think when you catch him at times, you say, oh, I think that thing can slide on up the lineup. You study him in his natural stance, and I think the young lady works really hard to put him together, but he doesn't maybe do it on his own. That's a tall-fronted sheep. He runs uphill. I think that one is really athletic when you turn him loose in terms of length of step, flexibility, comfort of his spine, almost too much. When she's not getting that guy on a full-on drive, he'll get pretty weak in his spine. He doesn't maybe hook up strong enough at his loin and stay level enough out of his hip. Sheep that comes off at times just a little gangly. I think he's got a good rib cage. I like the direction he runs. Wish he did it all seamless enough when we turned him loose compared to some of those ahead of him. If you get excited about a really cool feature and really stout structure, then this one here can certainly do that for you. I like those things about him. Young ladies brought us a set that are dialed in and presented to a T. As I start to critically evaluate this guy by himself, to me, he's a little forward in the angle of his blade, and so he doesn't have the ability to pick his head up out of his shoulder the way I want him to. Needs to be just square and better in his loin edge. We start to get into a class where we got several of them that come at you like a beast. This one gets just a little bit one-sided when I step right in behind him as well, but I thought presentation, freshness was certainly good. Sheep that could certainly be commended here. Got some good ones left. That was a good class. Let's put our hands together for him if you guys would.
All right, now entering the ring, we have class 24 of our Blackface cross market lambs. Our last class in the medium weight division needs to start making their way up to the holding area, class 25. Class 25, this is your first call. Final call, class 25. Final call, class 25, Blackface Market Lambs. Again, that is our last class in the middleweight division.
Another good class here, and I think a logical class winner in my opinion. Young lady in yellow's got one that when she gets that guy stopped and you get off to the side, I think does some pretty neat stuff. His forerib shape and where it sits into his outline from the side is off the charts good. That is a big fresh back, and he is so good in just the turn of his rib cage, so big when you get in behind him. You get off to this view here, and I know he's not just the most bulletproof in his top line. I think his neck sits on top of his short blade the way it's supposed to. His underlying quality is good. If we could just make him more bulletproof in how he handles his top line, both parked and in motion, I think it's that much easier. Rear three-quarter view alone, that sheep stands out amongst his contemporaries in my opinion. Probably a closer decision between second and third. I think the skeleton of the one that's going to come in two more closely mirrors our class winner. I think that sheep's got more slope to his blade, and so his neck comes out of his shoulder better. I think he's a little longer about his rump, has a more attractive posture and used to his hind leg. I don't think that sheep is maybe quite as round in his rib cage or as big when you get in behind him. I like how genuine he is when you get right on top of him and handle him down his spine versus the one that'll be third. I think the sheep in third, you step in at the rear view, he is built wider at his foundation. He's got a wider pin set, and I like how he carries that all the way from his hock to the ground. Really good skin kind of a sheep. To me, he's more forward in the angle of his shoulder and knee, and so he doesn't let his neck out as good. Sheep that's got a little extra set to his hind leg, and so that's what lands him there in third. Young lady's got a really highly presented one coming in fourth. I like that sheep in terms of his ability to run uphill. At the same time, he's a little longer and deeper about his blade. I think a little stilty off of both ends, and so that limits his step as we turn him loose. But I thought his silhouette painted a better picture than the one that's going to round out our top five here. Very muscular sheep, one that you certainly appreciate in terms of how big he is when you get on top of him. At the same time, a little thicker skinned, a little blander looking when we get off of him and study him in motion. Good class there, really intriguing class winner. My congratulations to all those kids.
I have had several questions about leaving animals in the barn overnight. That is possible. If you want to leave animals in the barn tonight and take them out tomorrow, that's fine. The barn is opening at 7 a.m. tomorrow. If that is not early enough, you can come talk to us here at the table. But if you want to leave animals in the barn and travel tomorrow, that is fine. All right, I need all of our firsts and seconds from the middleweight division to be making your way up to the holding area. All of our firsts and seconds from the middleweight division, you need to be making your way up to the holding area. That's classes 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Firsts and seconds to the holding area now.
Well, as we get to what I think Dylan said's the last class of this middleweight division, really, really good trio here at the top end. Quality on down the line. As you get off of these sheep, you study them. In terms of the things that I like, you've heard me talk a lot about skeletal quality, balance, and what kind of silhouette do they paint. Those are the things that get me the most excited, and that's where the sheep that wins this class does so, and in my opinion, does so pretty comfortably. I think right here, just a side view, that one is beautiful, and the image he paints from the side, he is tall-shouldered, he is long and skinny in his neck. The depth from his chine to his chest is exactly the way they're supposed to be. How he progresses from there back, I think, is ultra good from a balance standpoint. The critics will say he's not the biggest and he's not the squarest in terms of his shape. He's got plenty of muscle for me. I think a nice one to go ahead and start. Where he wins and really kind of separates himself over the next two is as we turn him loose and we just study how they're built. I think he's the most flexible, he's the freest, he's the proudest in terms of his head carriage. Like a lot of things about the 1 here and 2, and to me the decision on 2nd and 3rd gets made from this viewpoint right here when I ask him to step off of them. I think the young man sheep in 2nd more closely mirrors our class winner when we talk about sternum placement and flank line progression. He probably even corrects my winner just a little bit when you get in behind him in terms of squareness, spread, and shape all the way from his shoulder all the way back to his tail. To me, he's not as bulletproof from the side in the way that his loin and his hip hook up. As we turn him loose, that sheep gets just a little bit tighter in his spine and how he uses his hock. We fix that, and I think it becomes even a closer decision than it already is. But he's a little more athletic looking, in my opinion, than the one that's going to come in 3rd. This one in 3rd, I'm sure, has a lot of fans because he is dense and furry and wide and burly looking. I love all those things about him. To me, as they get off of him and as I study him in their natural stance, he's the plainest in the front part of his body, and I think that correlates to when you get right on top of him and you study that sheep, he's got the most over his body wall. He's the plainest in his shape and just wedges a little bit too inverted when we get in behind him. If we can pick that guy up and shallow him up and make him look a little more like an athlete, then he has things that I think are class-winning attributes. That's an incredible hind leg, and I think he's comfortable and flexible, just a little blander than my speed when we get off here to the side. Muscular sheep that comes in 4, no doubt about it. That thing is big and hard touching when you get on top of him, probably the squarest loin edge of any class. At the same token, a little just off in terms of his balance here from the side. He'll slope out of his dock, he'll deepen in his shoulder and his chest, and that's what gets him be. Made a close decision between 5 and 6. I think spine on the 1 and 5th is a little bit more my flavor. Not quite just busted open and athletic in terms of his touch, enough to get around those ahead of you, bud, but good necked, good spine, comfortable moving kind of a sheep versus a powerful one that here doesn't catch the front line, just a little too tight in his spine for me. Good class there. Again, my compliments to those kids. They're working hard. Please show them your appreciation.
Class 26, Blackface Cross Market Lambs. I need you guys to be making your way up to the check-in area. Class 26. Currently in the ring, we have our middleweight division. Want to take another second to introduce some of our sponsors, our reserve champion sponsors, our Stock Show Secrets and ADM Showtech. Our purple ribbon sponsors are Murdoch's, Cooper Specialty Feed, Freeman Showbox, Transova, Essential Feeds, First Northern Bank of Wyoming, and Wyoming Junior Hereford Association.
Well, our middleweight division, I think, has been equally, if not more fun. As we get to some of these heavier weights, these kids keep bringing us an excellent set of sheep, and we're working through quite a few. And things are hopefully moving efficiently. My hat's off to these kids and the folks that have helped them get a set of sheep ready to this level of competition. They brought us a really good group of them. I thought our middleweight division was fun and started in good fashion. I thought a nice class to get us started. Class 2 I thought had a lot of good as well, and I'm not taking anything away from either of those first two classes, but I thought the water started to get really deep when we got into Class 3. We talked about that class and probably worked the top end there as long as any, because I thought it was really challenging. The sheep that wins that class, I think, is unique in some ways, because I have not seen one today that is as fresh and is as crisp in terms of their back shape and is just bulletproof in their edges as what that one is today. I think that's a sheep that, again, we talked about him. He looks youthful. He looks juvenile. He's just a little tight moving for me, and that's where we got to pick on him. We talked about his hind leg and just wish he would get out and rumble with the rest of them, but I think his silhouette is very good and second in that class. Like a lot of things about him as well. The sheep that wins the next class, I think, is very, very unique in some facets. His rib cage is without question my favorite in this entire grouping. It is about inches wider than it is deep. He is awesome in the way that he feeds right out of his blade, and how that sits into his outline, I think, is killer good. A sheep that runs uphill, a sheep that's neat and tidy at the base of his forerib, and yet has the right kind of underline progression that I like. I think that sheep can pull together still with a really nice look. We talked in class there, whether he's parked or in motion, that sheep isn't just bulletproof in terms of his top line symmetry. It is hard to hook one up perfectly when they're that big right here, but it does detract from his balance just a little bit. I wish we could make him neater in the way his loin and hip hook up. As we set that guy in motion, he'll get just a little tight in his spine, but what he does, I think, is incredibly good and very, very hard to make. Good second sitting over there. I thought our heavyweight class was ultra good as well. The sheep that wins that class, like I talked, he is not the stoutest thing in the world. He's not the biggest back thing in the world, but I think he's high quality. To me, he comes in the gate with his head held high, his spine stays flat, his lower body stays progressive, and he boogies around like a confident show sheep is supposed to do. I like how at this stage of his life, I have no idea what he weighs, but he's not small. I know we're in the middleweights, but none of these are just real, real small. That sheep is youthful. That sheep is fresh, and I think his silhouette is crazy good. You have to ask yourself, when you get right on top of him, is there just enough in terms of roll to his upper body and shape right here? I think he handles really nice at his edges. He's still big in his pin bones right here. Hang up on that guy, and you got to see where you stand on that. Second place corrects him in that regard. That thing's big rib, big backed, big ended. We commented on him. His silhouette parked, I think, is good. Fixes loin just a little bit. In motion is where we probably have a couple more hang-ups. I wish that guy was just a touch looser in his spine. I wish he flexed a little better out of his hip and his hind leg, but I think he can put together a really nice image and corrects our winner in that class a little bit. So to me, a really, really good middleweight division. There's a pair of them that hit me incredibly hard. We are going to bring 3 back out of this division. Want to make sure we keep ourselves enough to put the best top 5 together at the end of the day. Congratulate these young people. I'm just going to show you the way I like them, but a really, really nice set.
All right, our champion medium weight was exhibited by Madison Wind. Our reserve champion exhibited by Haley Bird. Our third overall middleweight, and coming back for our grand drive of our crossbreds is Dayton Morvet. All right, now in the ring we have class 26. I need class 27 to be making their way to the holding area. Class 27 Blackface crosses, please be making your way to the holding area. All right, this is the last call for class 27. Last call, class 27. Please be making your way to the holding area. We'll take a second to round out our sponsorship level with our blue ribbon sponsorship. Grow Business Solutions, Miranda Simpson State Farm, Freeman Livestock, Freeman Law, Mandy Weber, Uncle Fred's, Showtimes, Ryan Morvet, Admiral Beverage Company, and BioSci Technology. That rounds out our sponsorship group. Again, it takes a lot of sponsors and a lot of support for the last week of cattle shows and this week with our small animals. So if we could just give a hand to all of our sponsors.
Nice class to start this heavyweight division. Some differences, you know, and obviously we get to this division, I'm expecting a little more maturity, but I think freshness is going to play a big key. To me, there's differences skeletally amongst our top trio, and ultimately the sheep that's going to win this class, I think, just hit me the hardest when they came in the gate. I think that's a high-headed, good-looking kind of a sheep when you get him parked. I like his feature. I like his top-line symmetry, and when we get him stuck and get him bracing, to me, he is the most fault-free in terms of how he pieces together from the side. He's still fresh and youthful in terms of his composition, and I think amongst this trio, the best in regards to just true, honest shape. He's not the biggest right here and probably doesn't come equipped with as much bulk and horsepower, but I think that's the quality one of the lineup. Sheep that comes in second, if we could fix his rear skeleton, I think it becomes that much closer, because to me, his neck set, his sternum placement, and how he carries his front end in motion might be my favorite. That's a good blade, a good knee, and a great underline laid into one. He gets just a little funky in how he's built from behind, a little shorter and rounder in the build of his rump. As we take him from there to his hock to the ground, I wish we could square him up just a little bit compared to the sheep right ahead of him, but I thought he was better in the build and the posture of his front end than the power horse that's going to come here in three. The young lady sheep in third is no doubt massive. When you get right in behind him, he's got the most spread in his upper skeleton. He's the biggest in his pin bones and right there through his cheek. To me, that one comes off just a little shorter and more compact. In particular, the length of his rump doesn't allow him to step as free. He'll rock forward in the angle of his knee, and I just need to relax everything up in the front part of his skeleton. Then his power becomes class winning, in my opinion. Still a very good third place sheep nonetheless. One that comes here in 4, kind of the opposite story. I love his silhouette and outline. One that maybe could just be dialed back a little bit in terms of his mid-body fill, but his upper line symmetry is good. He's got more slope to his front skeleton, the one right ahead of him. We're in the heavyweight division, and the big question mark I got is if there's just enough horsepower in that guy. Of our front line, he's the narrowest constructed, the flattest bodied, and the least substance of that particular set. Still a very nice one. Finish out the class with one that I think at this stage of the game, skin texture is good, composition is nice, a little funky in the build of his front skeleton as well. We turn him loose, and I don't think everything balances as good from up there and back compared to some of those ahead of him, but I thought a little fresher than the one that didn't make the front line here. Good class yet again. Congratulations to these kids.
All right, now entering the ring, we have Class 27 of our Blackface Cross Market Lambs. Class 28, you guys can start making your way up to the holding area. Class 28 of our Blackface Crosses, you guys can start making your way up to the holding area. I know that we have a lot of exhibitors that are wrapping things up here. If you would, just make sure to pick up the trash in your area. If there's a full trash can in your area, there's lots of trash cans around, so try not to overfill those too much. But we appreciate everyone joining us for the Cheyenne Livestock Expo again this year. We look forward to seeing you again next year, and safe travels to everyone as you continue to work your way out of the barn. Pine Bluffs Distilling is still serving drinks over there too, so if you're watching the kids kind of clean up the area and you're wanting to sit back and have a beverage, make sure you wander over to Pine Bluffs Distilling and take advantage of that opportunity while you can. Again, top 5 animals. If you were top 5 in the hog shows today or top 5 in our does, you guys can make your way over to the livestock office and pick up your checks. So those are for the top 5 overall animals. Again, I need class 28 Blackface cross market lambs. Class 28 Blackface cross market lambs. I'd like to thank our show superintendents. Our show coordinator and board chairman is Pam Freeman. Our cattle superintendent is Jefferson Keller. On the swine side, we have Krisha Geffert and Whitney Darr. And for the sheep and goats, Dylan Freeman. Takes a lot of time, and all of them are volunteers. This show is completely volunteer ran. So I really thank those guys for providing their expertise and their time, because we know it's very valuable.
Really nice top trio here in this class, and there's different kinds amongst the three, and so that's why our class winner to me comfortably does, because he blends the things that I like in 2 and 3 together. Not saying he's bulletproof. We're going to pick on him just a little bit, but I think relative to second, he's wider, he's stouter, he's burlier, he's just denser everywhere, and relative to 3, he's a little better looking, he's a little better moving. For him to be just the bulletproof one of this set, we got to make that guy use his rear skeleton a little better. I think he can park and give you a nice look. He's still good in his neck. He's good in his body. He'll get a little tight in his loin, not as free in his rear step as the sheep that comes in two. There is a sizable advantage when you get right here to this viewpoint, though. That's why he kind of comes in and needs to be the winner. I debated more between second and third, and those are the two sheep that, in my opinion, end up on different ends of the spectrum. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if I'm going to stay committed to the kind I like and recognize quality, that's why the young lady gets to be second. If we could put the horsepower that third has in your sheep, he is our class winner, because I love that guy in terms of his silhouette. He is perfect down his top line of our initial trio. That's the most flexible, most comfortable sheep. I have a hard time, though, because when I study that guy, I think he's still just the deepest and the plainest at the base of his forerib. Big picture, he just gives up too much. When I get right here, that sheep doesn't have enough back. He doesn't have enough pin when we get in behind him there in a heavyweight class. But I think that one has a ton of quality and probably corrects our class winner more than what the sheep in third does, because the one in third probably a little more like our winner in the sense that he is awesome in his rib cage. I think that one eats the one in front of him for lunch. I recognize that, and if critics want to say, totally good with that. He's big ribbed, he's big ended, he's hard touching. I think that's a sheep that's interesting. She can put him together, and I think he still balances the way they're supposed to. For me, when we turn him loose, that sheep has the most problems. He runs downhill a little bit more naturally. He'll pick up in his tailhead, and he is without question the shortest step in one of that trio. Good group of them there to work through, just the way I see them. My hat's off to all three of those young ladies for doing an excellent job. Sheep that comes in four, I think a hind leg away from starting to play a little higher in this class. Jet level down his spine, better in his underline symmetry than the sheep that's going to round out our top five. Too much set to that hind leg for us to get him any higher, though. Like the skin and the texture and the freshness of the one that's going to round out our top five. He is big when you get in behind him. Get over here, and body weight distribution just isn't really my speed. Need to reorganize his underline a little bit more, but he does have a better rear leg than the one right ahead of him. Good class there in this heavyweight division. Put your hands together for those kids if you would.
All right, now entering the ring, we have Class 28 Crossbred Market Lambs. Class 28 Crossbred Market Lambs. This is our first call for Class 29 Blackface Market Lambs. First call, Class 29 Blackface Market Lambs. All right, again, I need class 29 to make their way up to the holding area. Class 29, you guys should be in the holding area now.
Hey, this is a really, really good class, and these young ladies here on the front line need to be complimented because probably one of the better fifth-place sheep that we've had so far come through the ring today. I could see these things getting lined up a lot of different ways, and if you got fans ringside, or if you're a fan of a different one, hey, I'm okay with that. This is just the way I see them. I think this top pair are really, really good. To me, they're both sheep that are good-looking, that are quality livestock. There are some subtle differences between to decide where you want to land on a standpoint of muscle and shape versus some structural things. The sheep that's going to win the class, I know he's not the most aggressive. I know he's not the burliest, but this right here is where he's my favorite. I think versus the sheep that's going to come in two, that one's cleaner, neater, and how everything transitions in his upper line. In particular, probably a product of not having just quite as big of a back, but he is so smooth and so correct all the way from his rack into the center of his spine and how his loin and hip tie together. I'm a bigger fan of that one's rear wheels, and that's the ultimate decision maker for me. I think his silhouette is high quality. I think he's got plenty of muscle here. Good one to go ahead and get us started with. There's some radical parts in the sheep that comes in two, no doubt about it, and that's what keeps it so close. I love his rib cage, and I love that lays the groundwork for him to have an absolute ditch right there behind his back. He's manlier when you get in behind him, no question about it, and I still think that's a sheep that things that I associate with quality in terms of shoulder blade length, in terms of forerib and how it sits into his skeleton is very, very good. The challenge I have with that sheep is when I study him in his natural stance, he's not as seamless down his spine. He gets a little deviated right here, gets a little looser in his spine. To me, that's a sheep that we could soften him ever so slightly back into his rear flank, but his hind leg is the ultimate call that I make. He's just got a little bit of extra set to it, and I don't think handles it quite as good as we set him in motion. She gets that one parked, though, and I think he is the only other one of this group that probably emulates the things that I like, and those two kind of surface, I think, a very, very good pair. The sheep that comes next, if we could chop him off right there behind his blade and take him from there back, then I think he starts playing with that top pair, because to me, that one is ultra good in terms of his skin and his touch. I like the way that he's constructed in his lower body as well. He's just a little bigger and more open there at the point of his blade, and subsequently, you get in front of that guy, and there's a little more sternum in him, but I think he's correct in terms of his feet and legs as we get him out. She's doing a heck of a job getting that one presented. That's the little details that end up sorting him into third. Sheep that comes next, I thought 4 and 5 was a close decision. Again, just a little more my speed in terms of running uphill, in terms of back shape, in terms of skinniness and neck. He's a little tight in terms of his spine, not as good in his rear wheels, but more importantly, what kept him down the line is of this grouping, even though she's got him dialed in from a freshness standpoint, I think he's just a little chubbier over his forerib, and I just question from a genuine muscle content standpoint if he's quite as good as those ahead of him. But I liked his silhouette a little better than this one. I could see people really liking this guy that comes out and rounds out my top 5 because he's burly and dense and wide and really powerful kind of sheep. And so if that's your flavor, hey, I get it. To me, as we start to critically evaluate that front line, he is the plainest one in the front part of his body. He's got the most circumference to his neck. He's got the most depth to his chest, and the plainest right there at the base of his shoulder. In particular, when we get him out and set him in motion, I like his muscle, I like his power, and that's why you're here on the front line, young lady. Maybe just a little bit off kilter for what I'm looking for today. This is a really good class all the way down the line. Put your hands together for me if you guys would. Nice job.
All right, entering the ring now, we'll have class 29. That means class 30, I need you to start making your way up to the holding area. Class 29 is entering the ring. Again, I would encourage everyone to pick up all of the trash around their area or the wool that they've got. If you guys would try your best to kind of clean up the area that you have. For those animals that are staying overnight, we will open the barn at 7 a.m. in the morning. All right, I need class 30 up into the holding area. Class 30, that's our final class in our heavyweight division. So kind of going through the program here, we've got our heavyweight division selection, and then we will go into our Blackface cross market lamb selection. Now, there will be a 5 to 10 minute break in between the Blackface cross division and our overall. We've got several kids that have Blackface crosses that also have some breed champions, so we need to give them just a second to reset. So we will have just maybe a 5-10 minute break in between the Blackface cross division and the overall drive to give those kids just a quick moment to reset those breed division champions and reserves. Exhibitors, we will be closing the barn at 7. We will be closing the barn at 7 tonight. Well, as we're getting to the bottom here of the show, there is still a chance to head on over to Pine Bluffs Distilling and grab yourself a beverage and sit back and enjoy what we've got here in the heavyweights and then in the Blackface Cross and Supreme Drive. Lots of exciting stuff coming up. Really high quality animals that we're very excited to watch our drives happen here in the coming moments.
a really nice pair here at the top end of this class, and I do think it's a close decision. Both of them have some advantages when we get off of them. Both of them have some advantages when we study them in motion, and so ultimately it is where's the bigger gap, where's the bigger difference, and I think our class winner has a pretty clear-cut advantage just in terms of foundational width, body shape, and progression of width when you get in behind him. This one's better in the turn of his body. That facilitates a squarer and fresher shape right out of his blade. He is humongous when you get right in behind him. I don't know if we've seen one today that gets that progressive back to his pin bones and still, when you get off to the side, can manage his top line symmetry the way he does. That's a sheep that I think parks incredibly good. I want to change his rear skeleton. When we turn him loose, he gets a little extra in the set to his hind leg, a little out in his hock as they turn the corner from me. So that's what keeps the pair close, because I think the sheep that comes here in second, beautiful from the side in terms of his silhouette. I think just as seamless in his upper line symmetry, just as good in his bottom line balance. He probably is a little more attractive in the posture of his hock, and even though he needs to be wider going away, I like the squareness he maintains from his hock to his rear foot as they leave me. Again, where's the bigger difference? I think as we get into what is, if I heard him right, the next to last class of the day, that sheep wants to close up at his foundation, and then from there, he's not as good in the turn of his body or the shape he feeds right there. He gets narrower back to his hip, and as he leaves me, I got to blow that guy apart. To me, as you get off to this viewpoint here, he's not at a big enough advantage to go ahead and get around the horsepower and the one that wins, but I thought a very close decision. Two really nice heavyweight sheep to be represented in this class. One that comes in third, he's polarizing because he's awesome at the ground. That thing's got some big old pipes laid underneath of him and is stout everywhere. To me, little plainer. He's a little thicker necked, a little deeper and longer about his blade. Just not as neat to look at for this particular judge compared to the top pair. But I thought that sheep just had to be there in third because where he's good, he's arguably the best. Sheep that comes next, another wide constructed, big ribbed one. I think he's just got more muscle, to be frank with you, than the one that's going to round out our top five. Big bodied, big backed, really dimensional when you step in behind him. Little forward in his blade, little tight in his spine, and so I didn't think he was as comfortable to get around the one that ends up ahead of him, but I do think he's at a sizable advantage in terms of power compared to the pretty one that's going to round out our top five. Love this one in terms of his ability to run uphill. He might be a little more flexible in his spine than the one right ahead of you. Here, as we get into the heavyweight classes, not enough manpower in that one when we get in there behind him, but a good sheep nonetheless. My hat's off to those exhibitors. Another nice set.
All right, entering the ring now, we will have Class 30, which is our final class of the Crossbred Market Lambs, which means after this, we'll head into our heavyweight division drive. I need all of our class winners and second place sheep to make their way up to the holding area. Our first and seconds from our heavyweight division, if you guys would start making your way up to the holding area. Again, we will select a top 5 out of our market lamb show. Again, I need our firsts and seconds in our heavyweight division. You guys should be in the holding area now. Firsts and seconds. We are wrapping up our final class. So you guys need to make your way up to the holding area. That's class 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Firsts and seconds should be in the holding area now.
We get to this last class, and I thought this pair kind of surfaced, and they're a little different speeds. I get that, but I think the sheep that wins this class, he kind of dominates the rest of them just from a composition and freshness standpoint. He's wider constructed, he's bolder, he's stouter than the one that comes in two, and he's still, I think, really, really good in terms of freshness over his rib cage, the way he handles down his spine, still can balance up good enough from the side. I'm not going to tell you he's my favorite in that regard. That's where the sheep in two, it keeps it close. I like this guy a great deal in terms of his silhouette and his skeletal quality. The thing you have to ask yourself is, where does he fall in terms of that line of, does he have enough here in our last class of the day? I made the decision that he didn't. We got to make that guy wider, bolder rib, bigger back to go ahead and switch it, and then I think it'd be an easy thing to do. Nonetheless, I thought that was a good pair. Sheep that comes next got some substance to him, actually pretty good right there behind his shoulder blade in terms of squareness and tone and texture of muscle right here. I get off to this viewpoint, particularly when we set these things in motion. He's a little twisted out up front, and I think that's a product of not being quite right in the angle of his front skeleton. I need that guy to be a little better in his neck set, and then we could go ahead and maybe talk about switching some stuff. Sheep that comes next probably was a day that I think he could have been up towards the top end. He's better at his foundation than the one that precedes him. Little too mature in his body cavity, now a little bland in regards to his handle today, and that's why it slides him down the line. I thought this sheep here that rounds out our top five from just a composition standpoint and cutability perspective at this weight needed to be over here. Got a good rib cage laid into him, got some muscle down his spine, and he's leaner over his rib cage than some of the ones that come next. Need to fix that guy in terms of his balance as we get him out on the lap to work him up higher in this class. Good way to finish a good heavy division. Again, congratulations to all those kids.
All right, I need our top three from our light and middleweight divisions to be making their way up to the holding area. our top 3 individuals from our light and middleweight divisions. Please be making your way up to the holding area. Again, when we finish our Blackface cross drive, we will have about a 5 to 10 minute break as we reset some of those earlier breed divisions. We've got showmen out here in the Blackface crosses that have representatives or that are representing some sheep in those earlier breed divisions. So we want to just give them a few minutes to get reset and make sure that everyone's square so that we can have the best drive possible as we go into selecting our top 5 market animals. All right, again, I need our top 3 from the lightweight and middleweight divisions. From our lightweight, that's Brock Morvet, Madison Wynn, Havana Mickelson. From our middleweight division, Madison Wynn, Haley Bird, and Dayton Morvet. I need you guys up to the holding area.
A good heavyweight division. We ended just as good as what we started out here. I thought the depth was good. I thought the kids and their ability to get them shown was really good. And as we go through and we start to find the ones we're going to bring back, I thought the heavy division did have a little bit of challenge to it. Again, I like sheep that are youthful. I like sheep that I know at this stage of the life they got to have and look like heavyweights. And I do think we've got a set of sheep that look like heavyweight market lambs at the end of November need to look. But at the same time, I think there's a lot lot of differences in regards to their skeleton and their build. First class was good, but again, I think as we get out here into the mix, probably not a pair of them that are in contention, but a good pair nonetheless that those kids did a great job getting presented. I thought we had a really good class as we got into class 2. The sheep that won that class, where is he outlying? I think his body shape, I think when you get in behind him, that one's caboose is really, really impressive. A sheep that I think is still tall-fronted and proud and good in the front part of his body. As we get off to this viewpoint, like we talked in class, where do I get critical of that sheep? I think he's just a little hollow back into his rear flank. I'd like to give him just a better rear leg to go ahead and in that class say, holy moly, here he is. But I think that sheep's got quality, and he ate the one for lunch that ended up being second that probably is better in the build of his rear skeleton, just not enough horsepower in that one. I love his silhouette. I love just that guy from a skeletal quality perspective here in the heavyweight division, and in that class, it was just not quite enough of him there. This class was tough, and this class was good. There was 4 or 5 of them in there that I thought were impeccably good. Where do I like this sheep? To me, it's at this viewpoint right here. In terms of just his balance, I think that sheep is awfully, awfully good. His neck sits high and tight into his shoulder. His upper line and bottom line symmetry is built the way they're supposed to. I think his hip and his hind leg is built impeccably good. Where are the question marks on him? In this heavyweight division, he's sandwiched between a couple that he probably gets a little out-horsed amongst, and I don't think this sheep in his own right is just the craziest one in terms of turn of body and true power. That's where you got to ask yourself, where do you fall? Is his rib cage round enough? Is his back big enough? You got to decide what you want to do there, but why he won that class in particular is just how he balanced when we got him parked here in product of his hind leg. I like that sheep that was second to him a great deal as well. He corrects him in terms of his rib cage. That thing's back is huge. His body is round. Like we talked about, the young lady gets him put together really good. As we turn him loose, he's just a little gangly in terms of his hind leg, and I don't think his lower body and his upper line maybe stay in him as good, but he is really, really impressive when you get right on top of him. This class and this pair was really good as well, and I think the sheep that won that class, where is he the most impressive? Without question, it's when you get right in behind him. That thing is awesome in his body shape. He is humongous when you get in behind him. Handles like a dream. You get off to the side, and I think that sheep's still good looking. His neck set is right. His forerib lays into his body good. Again, it's his rear skeleton that I'd want to change on him just a little bit. I think not only a touch frailer, but at the end of the day, how he uses his hind leg from the side and turning the corner bothers me just a little bit. From his hip forward, though, there's a lot of good in that sheep, and I think he outmassed the one that he beat there in class. I like that sheep over there a lot, young lady, in terms of his silhouette. His hind leg's probably a little more favorable. We talked there, just need a little more oomph in that one. Heavyweight class was good. Probably the opposite end of the spectrum as our first class. These two good sheep that are probably just a little past 12 o'clock in my opinion. And so that's just how I read them. That's just how I see them. I think the heavyweight division, we're going to have some really good ones to bring back here in just a little bit, but I do think a tough division to put together because there's parts and pieces in each of these sheep that I think are tremendously, tremendously good. Is there one of them that just jumps out and says, I have to be the winner of the heavies at Cheyenne? I don't know, but I think we're going to have a trio to bring back here in a little bit that'll be awfully good. So put your hands together for all these exhibitors in our heavyweight division. I'm going to go show you the ones I like. Well, I haven't come to the mic again in any of these divisions, but I think probably one of the closest decisions of the entire day. These three sheep that we're kind of talking about and looking at here, I think are really, really good. And it's splitting hairs. I can't sit here and tell you that I think any one of them is just flat out better built than the other, flat out better balanced than the other. That's what makes it hard, is there are so many differences amongst the trio, and I don't know if any of them have just a blanket advantage. That Class 2 sheep, I think he is off the charts good in terms of shallowness, in terms of blade set, and when you get in behind him, you can't make him any bigger than him. His hind leg is just different. There's hind leg differences amongst the three of them. His is too straight, in my opinion. As I get up on him and I really critically evaluate him and compare him to some of the others, I think of this trio, when you study them right out of their blade and how they feed to the upper part of their forerib and the shape that they have right there behind their blade, he's probably the most disappointing in that regard, but I love his shoulder shape and his front end posture, probably as good as any. This sheep here, I think he is so exotic in ways because to me that one's shortness of blade and his body cavity is so good. He is round and wild in his rib cage, and that's why there's a ditch in that guy's back. At the same token, we talked about how it throws him off just a little bit if he's not driving hard. His hind leg's opposite of this one. I don't like how much set it has to it, but I do think he probably reaches a little better. I think right there, when you get him put together, you can take an awesome picture. You have to ask yourself, naturally, does he do that? And then this sheep, what's so polarizing about him is that he is that stout from behind and that youthful looking up front. And I dig that. Again, his hind leg's the hang up that I've got on him. I think he's probably the least flexible, the least square of them, but I think his balance and his symmetry in tandem with an insane amount of power is awfully impressive. And so that's just how I see these three sheep. To me, as we get to look, and only two of them are to come back here in just a minute, and there's a pair of them that I think just fit the little things that I'm looking for just a little bit better. Not exactly the same, but they're just the two next best ones in my personal opinion. Young lady that was second in that class is going to be reserve. Young lady in front of her is going to be third. Congratulations to both of them.
All right, now we will have our Blackface cross drive. Coming out of our lightweight division, we have Brock Morvet with our first place, or with our champion lightweight. Out of our middleweight, we have champion Madison Wind. In representing our heavyweight, we've got Sydney Brader. All right, following them, we have our reserves. Our reserve lightweight was Madison Wynn. Our reserve middleweight, Haley Bird. And our reserve heavyweight, Amelia Barton. Well, as we're working through our Blackface cross drive, I'll take one more opportunity to introduce Peyton Dahmer, who's worked with us throughout our Market Lamb show. Peyton's originally from Nevada, Missouri, where he grew up deeply involved in the livestock industry. He attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, competing on highly successful livestock judging teams at both institutions. Peyton earned his master's and PhD in animal science from K-State before joining the faculty in fall of 2023. In addition to teaching courses in nutrition and management, Peyton coaches the K-State Livestock Judging Team, which has earned both national champion and reserve national champion honors during his tenure. He also serves as coordinator of the K-State Sheep and Goat Center, where he oversees research, extension programming, and production of club lambs and seed stock. When he's not on the road with the judging team, Peyton enjoys judging livestock shows across the country. Please join me in thanking Peyton for all he's done with us today. Again, upon the conclusion of our Blackface cross drive here, we will take a short 5 to 10 minute break to let some of these kids that have some earlier breed sheep get reset and prepared as they come into the Supreme Drive. We will select a top 5 market lamb out of all of our breeds. So really excited to see all of our earlier breeds come out. This is a competitive drive here in our Blackface crosses, and we're going to bring in some heat from those other breeds.
Well, obviously, this division was our biggest one, but the quality's been very, very good, and we're going to have some really nice ones to bring back out of our crossbred division, but there were still some very good breed sheep that I'm excited to see come back together. This division didn't come without its challenge, but I am very comfortable as we get them back out here. I was able to find sheep that suit me really well, and like I said, in a few of those classes, the number of good ones here, I think, have been exponential, and so if you maybe saw things a little differently, if you maybe like them a little different flavor, I am okay with that. But I think our front line, really all 3 of these, I think stack up really well. And I just tried to find sheep that fit the mold of what I gravitate to. And I think we do that really well. Our lightweight division was strong. I thought we had a sheep to win that division that was really, really impressive. Just his balance, I think more consistent in terms of his balance than the one he beat in that division, a little more horsepower than the one he beat in that division. To me, I'm not a weight judger. As we get him back out here, I study that sheep for what he is, and he's certainly right into the mix because I think he's ultra, ultra good. As we get extra, extra critical of that sheep, like we talked in his division, I wish we could open him up just a little bit as we take him from his pin bone to his hock to the ground. He'll want to close up ever so slightly. I wish that sheep would maybe just grab another gear and go out here. But when we get that guy parked, I think his silhouette is off the charts good. Got a really nice pair that sat behind him. This middle division was ultra good, and a pair of them that I think are very, very unique for different reasons. One that wins that division, I think his look and his presence from the side and how he carries himself in motion, I think is exceptional. He's a good few inches taller at the top of his blade than he is his tail. That's a sheep that kind of prances around like a high-quality show sheep. If you like him stout, if you like him burly, I'm not going to tell you he is just the epitome of what you would look for. I think he's got more than enough in that regard. But as you throw him into the mix out here, of our front line, he probably is just the plainest in terms of his back shape. He probably has the least right there through the base of his leg. And so you got to take that into consideration. The reserve from that division corrects him in that regard. That thing's a freak of nature in terms of his body shape, and what that does is allows him to have a decided advantage right behind his blade. I like stepping in behind that sheep a little better than this one. We talked in that division. His loin edge doesn't sit quite perfectly, and his spine maybe isn't just perfect as you set him in motion, but you get that sheep stopped there, and I think his neck set and his silhouette is still very, very nice. Good pair of thirds that we didn't talk about over there. Heavy division, you just heard me ramble on. I think that was a tough group to put together, but I think the 2 sheep we landed on probably mimic each other just a little bit more. This one here, maybe not as big as a couple others that we had in that division, but I think when she gets that guy parked, he puts together an incredible image. I think his skeleton is built exceptionally good. In particular, his rear two, I thought, kind of dominated in that particular set. Is he just maxed out for the heavyweight? I don't know. That's another question you got to ask yourself. Is he big enough up high? Is he just burly enough? We definitely had a pair of them behind him that do that a little bit more. Fix the hind leg on that reserve, and it becomes a lot closer. Same could be said for the third in that heavy division as well. So good division of them. That's just the way I see them. As we start looking for what we're going to bring out of this division, there is a pair of them that I think just push the envelope a little bit further. I think both of them are exceptionally good. We didn't have the population that I expected to come out of this particular division and say, hey, my champion and reserve are cookie cutter of each other. They're not. But to me, they're my two favorites. And then a little bit closer as we look for one to bring back as a third out of this division. I like those two middles the best. Let's congratulate these young ladies.
Our champion dark cross is exhibited by Madison Wynn, and our reserve dark cross is exhibited by Haley Bird.
I think close call here as we look amongst those three. Not to take anything away from our third middle. That's a really nice sheep, but probably falls out amongst this trio. Like we talked to him, that sheep I think can park with a good look. The longer he stands, he'll weaken in his loin. I got to just change his spine and rear wheels just a little bit more as we turn him loose, and so that makes it come down between these other two. I think splitting hairs between the pair of them. One of them I think came out of a division and probably stood out a little bit more, and I think at the end of the day, find probably less problems. And I think at the end of the day, we had a really tough division, but I probably struggled more because I didn't find the one that just gave me the warm and fuzzies the way that I wanted it to. Young man's lightweight is my next favorite. He's going to be third overall. Let's congratulate him on a nice job.
Our third overall dark cross is exhibited by Brock Morvet out of our lightweight cross division. Again, we're going to have just a quick pause here to let some of those showmen reset with some of our other breed reps. So if you just give us a quick moment, we'll be back here for our Supreme Market Drive. Again, we will be closing the barn at 7 p.m. If you are leaving animals overnight, the barn will open at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, Pine Bluffs Distilling is here with us until 4:30. So if you're looking to get another beverage from them, make sure you make your way over there in the next half an hour. Again, we really appreciate them being with us throughout the show. They were one of the very first sponsors of the Cheyenne Livestock Expo, and they have been huge supporters all the way through. Somewhat unique, they actually get to go, the board gets to go to the distillery, which is over by Pine Bluffs, obviously, and they get to taste different barrels. They select a barrel, and then that barrel they put into Cheyenne Livestock Expo labeled bottles. So it's a pretty unique opportunity for us to work with Pine Bluffs Distilling. Again, huge supporters. So if you get a chance, go try to grab a drink from them here in the next half hour. But really just appreciate them being with us here throughout the show. All right, we are ready for those division winners and reserves to start making their way up to the show ring. If we could start having our breed champions and reserves, or if we went 3 or 4 deep in those divisions, we'd ask that you guys start making your way up to the holding area. All right, let's get those breed champions and reserves and our thirds to start making their way in. If we could just have the champions make their way into the actual check-in area, and then we'll kind of leave the reserves out for a second while we get organized. So let's just take the champions into the actual check-in area and leave the reserves outside until we kind of get organized here. Hey, it looks like we are ready to roll for our Market Lamb Drive. Again, we will do a top 5. Representing our Whiteface division, we have Reese Howell as our champion. Our champion Speckled is Jones Barton. Our champion Southdown is Jones Barton. Our champion Natural is Dally Horrocks. Our champion Market U is Elizabeth Albrick. And our champion Dark Cross is Madison Wind. Our reserves are making their way in. Our reserve Whiteface is exhibited by Jones Barton. Our reserve Speckle is Dom Maldonado. Our reserve Southdown is exhibited by Taya Winden. Our reserve Natural is Addie Cortez. Our reserve Market U is Dally Horrocks. And our reserve Dark Cross is Haley Bird. Well, this is our grand finale of the Cheyenne Livestock Expo. We'd once again just like to thank in total all of the volunteers that it takes to put this show together. It's a completely volunteer organized and ran show, so a lot of man hours just simply because people care about the livestock industry and putting together an event to showcase the hard work of not only our open exhibitors and our cattle show, but also all of the junior exhibitors. So really appreciate all the volunteer work and time and effort that it took. Appreciate all the volunteers that have helped us run the rings and everything in between, from checking in classes. It just takes a lot of behind the scenes work. So thank you to all of our sponsors, thank you to our judges, and thank you to all of our volunteers. But most of all, thank you to all of the exhibitors and their families for choosing to spend their Thanksgiving weekend with us here in Cheyenne. If we could just give all of our volunteers and everyone involved in the show a big hand. Another important aspect of the show is obviously the judges. We've been really happy with some of the comments that we've got about the judges over the weekend, and we had some excellent judges on the cattle side as well. So we'll continue to provide opportunities to put you in front of high-quality judges that not only understand how to evaluate the livestock, but are good with working with your kids. So appreciate specifically Peyton being here as we end the livestock show.
As we get to the end of what's been a long but a fun day, I just want to say thank you to the entire Freeman family and the folks that put the Cheyenne Livestock Expo on for inviting me to come out. I've certainly enjoyed my time here today. Had the opportunity to come judge their jackpot show a few years back, and it was my first time coming to this facility, and it's incredible, especially on a day like today. You guys having a space like this to show livestock in is certainly incredible, and this is a very big undertaking. You heard Kinsey Lindsay talk about the volunteers that it takes to put this on, not just today, not just yesterday, but all the way into last weekend. And so to the folks that are behind the scenes that have donated their time, much of that time away from family during a time when that's all you want to do is spend time with your family, I commend you, I applaud you, and I thank you for doing that for these young people, and thank you for trusting me to come out and work with your young people. I've certainly had a good time today. Hasn't gone without some challenge. When you get to a show like this, there's a lot of good ones, but a lot of differences, and you go through the day. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that every division was just cookie cutter easy, but there was a lot of good ones that came through the ring, and I'm excited to put our top 5 together. I think we'll have a really high quality set of sheep that represent the kind I like. That's one thing that I try to do from start to finish. May not be the ones that you're a fan of, but try to be consistent in what I do and find sheep that do things that are unique and hard to make. I'm not going to tell you there's a single one out here that doesn't have a problem. We got some that, we need to fix all of them. But at the end of the day, I think we got some champions, some reserves, and thirds that do things that are the intent of breeders that put a lot of effort and a lot of thought and strategy into making these things, and then these young people and the folks that have helped them to get them presented to this fashion. And so I compliment you. We're not going to go through and talk about all of them again. You've heard me ramble long enough. I've just tried to line them up and show you what my opinion was today, and that's all it really is. You can leave here, and maybe this is the last stop on the show road this year. Maybe you got a lot left to get through, but all it is my opinion and what I think of them. Doesn't mean it's right, wrong, or indifferent as you leave this ring today, but I just tried to find ones that fit the mold I'm looking for. So my hat's off to these young people. Thank you again for having me. Make sure you guys as families say thank you to the Freeman family. Clean up your trash. Help them. They got to go through. Pam's going to be working hard, it sounds like, tearing stuff down. And so help them because they helped you. Give them a nice round of applause. I don't know. We don't have a huge crowd. Thank the Freeman family and the folks that helped them. Congratulations to these young people. I'm going to show you my top 5.
Our champion market lamb is exhibited by Madison Wynn out of our dark cross division. Our reserve market lamb is exhibited by Haley Bird out of our dark cross division. Our third overall market lamb exhibited by Dally Horrocks out of our natural market division. Our fourth overall market lamb exhibited by Brock Mordvet out of our dark cross division. And rounding out our top 5 is our champion Market U exhibited by Elizabeth Albrecht. Congratulations to all of our market lamb exhibitors, especially our top 5. Please join Legacy Livestock Imaging over at our backdrop so we can get some backdrop pictures. Thank you everyone for coming and have a very safe trip home.